Hey everyone, and welcome to my video. This is a video about cluttering, the speech disorder that I have, and hopefully later on in the video, then I will be cluttering more. I guess my introduction is already falling apart right now, but let me talk about what cluttering is and how I define cluttering. So cluttering is a speech disorder that at its worst sounds like stuttering, but it's fundamentally different, even though sometimes people are both clutters and stutter at the same time. So the way that I define cluttering is an excess of normal disfluencies, and I read that in a book somewhere. And there are 4 different normal disfluencies. And disfluency basically means anytime that your speech gets interrupted. For me, then a lot of times I repeat words or phrases. And so the example that I always use is I want to go to the store. Most people without cluttering would say, I want to go to the store, or they would repeat the first word or first phrase just once. So someone without cluttering would say, I want to go to the store, or they might say, I want to go to the store, where someone with cluttering would repeat a lot and say, I want to go to the store. So that's an example of like what my speech would typically be with repetitions. So there are 4 normal disfluencies. It used to be that people would say there are 3 normal disfluencies, and then recently there have been people saying, well, there's actually 2 types of cluttering, one with the 3 normal disfluencies and one that is more telescoping, which is going to be the 4th one, the 4th disfluency that I talk about. But I actually kind of look at them all together. And part of my point that I'm going to make later in the video is that there are a lot of different types of cluttering, and especially with me, I think that my cluttering is in a way very, very unique, but I'm trying to give an example of my speech for as many people as possible, so that people can learn and have a good example of someone that is okay talking about their speech, because there's not really that much out there of examples of people with cluttering, especially long extended videos about them. And so that's my purpose in doing that, and all of the videos that I've done in the past, and all of the stuff that I have that I publish and everything else like that. Okay, so the four. Oh, so my point was that I believe that the way that I define cluttering, which is I think different than the than what the current research is, but I think this is the most helpful way, is that there are 4 normal disfluencies, and that when you have cluttering, then you have a much higher than normal instance of these disfluencies. And so the first one is repetitions. I gave the example of that, of just repeating the words, and I'll use the example of I want to go to the store with all 4 of these disfluencies. So with repetitions, then I give the example of I want to go to the store. Or let me actually give a more like how I would say that. I want to go to the store. And then revisions is the next one. And so revisions is when you start to say something and then revise it. And so I might have in my head said I want to go, or be thinking I want to go to town, but then when I am, and actually, I come from a small town called New Plymouth, and everyone called going into town. And I don't know if people outside of New Plymouth say go to town, but if I was thinking, okay, I want to go to town, and then I realized that I actually wanted to be specific and say I want to go to the store, then then a revision disfluency would be I want to go to and as I'm saying town, then I stop myself and revise myself and then say the store. So I'd say I want to go to the store. And so let me try to simulate that, which is really hard because and if you monitor the rest of the stuff that I'm saying, then I do this all the time, especially when I'm trying to bring in a whole bunch of different concepts. So I want to go to the store, and so with that example, then inside my head, what's happening is basically at the same time I'm trying to both say, and this is me. I don't know what happens with other people. And again, these are normal disfluencies. Every single person does every single one of these every day, but it's just with cluttering that I do them at a much higher frequency, and other clutterers do that too with just a much higher frequency than most people do. Most people have maybe like 1% of their speech that is normal disfluencies or cluttering disfluencies, where someone like me, now I might have like 20 to 30% of my speech, where at my worst I was like my whole speech was cluttered. And at my worst was when, well, actually that's kind of a long story that I'm going to go into a little bit later, I think. Okay, so revisions is the second one. Interjections is interjections. And with me, my interjections and revisions are kind of intertwined together. In my example of I want to go to the store with revisions, then I also kind of interjected, because kind of the way my mind works is I am kind of like competingly developing like two different ways to say it at the same time, or often many more. I get quoted on Wikipedia, and my quote on Wikipedia says that when I start to talk, then I get an explosion of different ideas that happen in my head, and then I try to basically say the explosion of ideas all at the same time, all at once. And that I think is what okay, and this is something that I do too, is I like completely lost my train of thought, and I'm kind of switching back and forth between like looking at my video, which is what I normally do, is watch myself when I'm talking, and I have a really rough outline of this, which didn't actually have that. So tracing back using my outline, I was talking about revisions and interjections and how they're the same, and then I was trying to make a point, which I then lost. But anyway, an example of an interjection is when I used to have two examples. So an interjection is like interjecting a word in the middle of something, and I often and actually before the only time that anyone talked to me about cluttering before I was diagnosed is somebody said, "Oh, Joseph, something that's kind of funny about you is you're the only person that I know that interrupts himself." And so my interjections follow follow that pattern very often, where I'm basically like saying something, and then I feel like that there's something else that is really important for me to say, and then I interrupt or interject a new sentence or phrase in the middle, and then often I keep talking afterwards, or keep on the original thought afterwards that I had interjected, where I think most people have a have a lot more like ordered and organized way of talking and handling thoughts that they feel like are really, really important to say. So like I said, my interjections and revisions sound really, really similar, but I think that they're kind of different, where interjections are where you're like interjecting something in, like you remember a word and then you interject in. And I think a example of that. So going back to I want to go to the store. If I say I want to go to and then I remember, oh, I actually want to talk about what I'm going to get at the store, then I would say I want to go. I need to get some grapes. So I want to go to the store. So that's, I guess, an example of that. A normal flow of that would say, hey, well, I've been thinking I need some grapes, and so I want to go to the store. Where with me interjecting, I need some grapes, I want to go to the store, is me interjecting a sentence in a sentence. And I think most interjections with cluttering are more word interjections rather than phrase interjections, but I think they're both. And then the fourth one, which a lot of people feel like are make this into two different types of disorders. And at first I thought, oh, that's interesting. The fourth one is telescoping words. And what telescoping words means is generally, so it's like the old style, like monoscope that could be like expanded. And so in that, it's basically whenever you compress a word. And so like instead of saying something like constitution, you would say like constitution, skipping out a syllable or compressing a syllable or saying the syllable really, really quickly. And as I've been monitoring my speech with this, I think I've done that 3 different times. And so my where all of the other all the other parts where I've been disfluent fall into the other category. And so I have a friend, CL, and almost all of her disfluencies are telescoping disfluencies. And so we're kind of on the opposite ends of the spectrum. I think current thought would say, oh, well, CL and Joseph have completely different kinds of cluttering. But for me, I don't see it as being necessarily all that helpful to say, okay, well, this person has more of this kind of disfluency, and let's split cluttering into telescopers versus people like me that telescope less. And that thing about telescoping, like everyone, that's another thing that everyone does. And all 4 of the disfluencies with cluttering, every person does repetitions, revisions, interjections, and then telescoping words. And so my rate of telescoping words, especially now, is pretty low. And so I don't, and that's not something that I think about a whole bunch. So I don't know if I can give an example of that. A lot of times, especially I think with kids who haven't yet gone through the self-monitoring phase to realize that they're actually like dropping words, then this would be like word dropping. And so especially with kids, if they would say the phrase, I want to go to the store, they might say, I want go store. And that's that makes it sound like caveman talk, but in actual real life, then it's more just like dropping parts of syllables. And so and I think I think maybe a way to simulate this would be to just say it really, really fast, because the faster you say it, then you eventually drop stuff. So, and actually, I usually don't do stuff that I haven't thought about before on videos, but let me try saying I want to go to the store super, super fast to see that if I can telescope. So I want to go to the store. 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 Okay, so I think maybe I telescoped a little bit with that, but I haven't thought about that very much. And then also the whole telescoping thing is relatively new. I hadn't heard about that in relation to cluttering until like 5 or 6 years ago. I think Rutger Wilhelm brought a lot of exposure to telescoping, and I think it's really, really important. But I'm not good at simulating that. Okay, so one of somebody that actually helped me a ton with my speech is David Letterman, and the this is just kind of random, but the but it ties into something that I'm going to talk about later in the video, is that so with David Letterman, then I heard that with every one of his shows, then he watches the whole thing. And what his routine is he arrives at the office in the morning, and then he watches the entire show, the entire 60 minutes of his previous show, as the very first thing that he's doing, like when he's drinking his coffee. And as he's watching the show, he analyzes it and figures out how he wants to improve with that. And anyway, I thought that's a really, really cool technique that has actually helped me a lot with my speech, is video recording myself, listening to myself, not necessarily in a critical way, and actually the more positive that I can do this, that you can do this, then the better, and then trying to use what I learn to make my next speech be better. Or in David Letterman's situation, then what he does is he has a really, really professional show. He watches it. And the cool thing about him is that he's always trying to get better and better and better. And he did that all like 30 or 40 years of his career. Every single day that he did a show, he was trying really hard to make a better show than the show that he did the last day. And that just continual improvement really inspired me. So my whole point of David Letterman is that I realized in watching David Letterman and really, really carefully analyzing his speech and trying to use his method with my method, that David Letterman has a lot of repetitions, but his repetitions are very planned and careful repetitions. And especially with someone like David Letterman, who takes an extreme level of self-monitoring, like I think he's really, really cool. Like I very often hear actors and actresses say, "Oh, I never watch my movies," which I understand. It's really difficult to watch yourself, but then if you don't do that and have that feedback, then you're not going to get as good as you could be. And so even though there are probably people better than Dave, Dave got to where he is by Dave, by his process of continual self-improvement, is about probably like 100 times better than he would have been had he just decided to never watch his recordings. So the thing that I noticed that Dave does very, very often is, because he kind of has to interrupt people in a nice way, and then the questions that he asks, he really wants his guests to be able to completely focus on his question. And so if Something I noticed that Dave Letterman does a lot in his interviews. So if Dave wants to say, so tell me about the movie that is releasing this weekend, then Dave will often say, so tell me about the movie that is releasing this weekend. Or he'll say, so tell me about the movie that is releasing this weekend. So he'll very, very consciously plan to repeat the first phrase, and he only ever repeats that once. He never does what I would do is say, tell me about the movie that tell me about the movies that's releasing this weekend. That's how I would do it. But Dave says, so tell me about the movie that is releasing this weekend. And my point with that is that I notice I like hyper focused on noticing when people do repetitions, and because all of these 4 cluttering disfluencies are normal disfluencies and everyone else does them, then for a while I was really, really obsessed about, okay, how do normal people do disfluencies? Because my disfluencies are at a much, much higher rate, and often a little bit different than the way that normal people or normal, I don't want to say normal people, non-clutterers would say them. And so I have from all of that, then I have a very easy test for cluttering is if you repeat the same phrase 3 or more times, and especially after, especially like 4 times or more. So meaning that, going back to the, I want to go to the store, someone who has cluttering would repeat, I want, multiple times. I have at my worst repeated it like 6 or 10 times. Like I want to go to the store, where a normal where someone without someone using normal disfluencies but without cluttering would do that a maximum of 1 or 1 or 2 times, but then when you repeat 3 or more times, that's almost always cluttering, because most people don't repeat stuff like that many, many times. The exception is that when people who are not clutterers are really, really nervous, then sometimes they have cluttering like speech. Which is something that kind of bugs me about cluttering, is that a lot of times people mistake my speech disorder for being nervous, because the only times they've ever heard anyone speak like me is when someone was nervous. And actually, my ex-wife pointed this out to me, is that I clutter, or my cluttering is way worse when I am excited about something, rather than when I'm excited or passionate about something, then my speech becomes more and more disjointed. And so someone who doesn't have cluttering would say, I want to go to the store, and that's very, very normal. Or very, very occasionally they might say, I want to go to the store, especially if they're thinking about it. And repetitions like that is a way to avoid saying that's the other thing, is it I was trying to remember, is the most common interjection is like in those like filler words. And so yeah, I missed that part. So yeah, I guess my when I was saying revisions and interjections, then And now that I'm talking about I'm going to and this is why I completely hate Toastmasters, and I think that Toastmasters is really, really bad for people with cluttering, because they are completely obsessed about filler words, and that is my speech disorder. And one of the ways that I learned to talk like this, to be able to like verbalize in a relatively cohesive way, is by putting a lot of filler words into my speech. And so for quite a long time, I literally couldn't speak without saying and if I tried to suppress my ums, then my speech disjointedness and disfluencies would absolutely go through the roof. And so I am really critical of people that try to improve speech by the same way that Toastmasters does, by having like a buzzer or a counter of how many times that you do filler words, because there's a way to speak without filler words, but it's not through directly criticizing or trying to beat yourself up about filler words. That actually gives you way, way more filler words and not less of them. And so my easy test for cluttering is, do you repeat a phrase three or more times, and especially more than three times, because most people repeat phrases a little bit, but only clutterers repeat phrases a whole bunch. And I'm really nervous about making this video. This is kind of a new style for me. Usually when I make a video, especially about cluttering, because I want to be as honest as possible, but then I also want to have my speech be as much of an example of cluttering as possible. And so the way that I've done that in previous videos, like my cluttering videos that I made for about like 5 or 6 years ago, those ones I wrote up my script, or I didn't make a script. I wrote up my points that I wanted to cover, and I purposely didn't make a script, just bullet points. And then I took my bullet points and put them away, and then I gave my whole thing from memory, which was a kind of way of simulating cluttering and still being honest with myself. And so this video is much, much longer than most of the videos that I have made, and maybe the video where I've talked the longest, or talked the longest in one stretch. And I'm going to start trying to make a lot more videos like this. Most of them won't be about cluttering, and as I make more and more videos, then the perceived quality of my speech will improve, not because I have cured my cluttering, but because I am going to do a lot more prep and get more practiced with videos, and use the Dave Letterman approach of watching my stuff, and then watching my stuff after I produce it, and then use that for the next time that I make it. So I'm nervous about this video. My mom told me that that one of the ways of not being nervous is admitting that you're nervous. So that's one of the reasons that I am telling you that I'm nervous. And the other reason that I'm telling you that I'm nervous is that I'm changing my format. Like, this may seem like it's really similar to the other stuff that I've done, but in my head and what my plan is, this is actually really different for a whole bunch of different reasons. One, well, I'll talk about that later in the video. So something I want to talk about that, and one of the big changes in this format is I'm trying to be completely honest about everything, and I've honesty has always been really important, but with this video, then it's with this video and then all of the content that I'm going to produce in the foreseeable future, I'm trying to be as honest and transparent as possible. And before, my main goal was a few different things, like creating interesting and educational content was the biggest part. And then especially with Cluttering, then my goal has been to help people that with the things that I have, with the things that I've experienced and with how I'm analytical about things, and with my speech therapy, they taught me about self-monitoring, and I just really, really like that concept. And self-monitoring, compared with my innate analytical nature, I believe lets me describe my experience in a way that may be way, way more profound than anything that you could get out of like a most people with the cluttering disorder, especially younger people who haven't spent the last 30 years of their life obsessively thinking about how their speech works. And so now with my cluttering videos, and especially with this video, I am trying to be as honest and transparent as possible. And so I have, one of the things that I want to talk about is a simulated audio recording that I made in 2006 or around 2006. It was the first cluttering, and I can't remember what it was called, like the International Congress of Cluttering, where they got a bunch of papers, and I was invited. I was invited to make a paper, and so I made a audio file. And in the audio file, I said, this is what my cluttering sounds like at its worst. But I didn't actually say that it was simulated. And then a lot of people felt like that it was just like a random clip of me talking, which, because of cluttering, that's almost impossible to get. The only way to get me to speak at my worst would be to follow me around and then secretly video record me, especially in a conversation where I was either nervous or an important conversation where I had to balance a gazillion different things on my head. And if you video recorded me, and I've seen video recordings of me like that, my speech on video is a lot more cohesive. And when my speech, like in the wild, when I'm not speaking on video, is like my worst cluttering speech, and that even today is impossible for me to get. And back in 2006, when I was making my presentation, it was even more impossible. And so and my 2006 recording, I did actually sound like that. I don't sound like that anymore, because there are like 3 or 4 components to my speech disorder that I have gotten over, or that I never do anymore, that were encoded in that. And I did that for a couple of reasons, because I was very, very rapidly improving my speech. And in 2006, I realized, oh, my speech is going to get so much better than it is now that I will no longer be able to, do some of the things that I am doing in the future. And so that audio recording is kind of like a really, really cool time capsule for me. And I don't know if I said this, but I was really nervous and I was really nervous, and I never actually said, "Hey, well, this is simulated." I didn't actually go out on the because the audio file is the audio file was me simulating me going out and talking to people and doing like a survey. And so I was simulating if I was asking someone, hey, Will, do you want to do a survey? And the way that I simulated it is I had the idea that I wanted to ask someone for a survey, and then I had a bunch of other things that I wanted to also ask them about surveying. That I tried to I basically tried to simulate that if I had done no pre-prep for asking someone a question, and then had to ask someone, the explosion of thoughts that went through my head that then resulted in my most disjointed speech. And then that was the reason that I got rid of that is that's the most embarrassing. That was the most embarrassing part for me, and so I basically simulated something that was really embarrassing and that I got rid of from my speech. And back then, if I remember right, it sounded a lot like stuttering because the thoughts went through my head so fast that I just wasn't able to verbalize stuff that sounded like words. And I think if I remember right, that it sounded a lot like just. And the reason for that is just the explosion of ideas in my head that then came out. And so I didn't actually do I was doing a bunch of surveys, but when I did at that time, but when I did those surveys, then I wasn't cluttering like that. So the survey example was something that I really did, but I just did it in my upstairs in my office and thought really, really hard to simulate having an explosion of thoughts of me picturing if I was on the street and I hadn't like pre-thought through and I saw someone that I needed to or that I wanted to interview about whatever it was, and I thought about that too. And then I also put in a lot of thoughts like, oh well, and I can't remember the exact thoughts, but I would have put what I did is put in thoughts like, oh, I'm nervous about my appearance, I'm nervous about my speech, I'm nervous, I have to say this and this and this. And I was an LDS missionary, and one of the back then I really didn't talk, and LDS missionaries, they knock on doors and they say, hey, do you want to know about the church? And they usually have like a 1 minute speech that often people either often people say no, I don't want to hear, go away. But almost always when back then when I was knocking on doors, then I would start giving my speech, and either my missionary companion would interrupt me, which was the most common thing, or the person I was talking to would interrupt me and say, no, I'm not interested. Back then, and I was a missionary when I was 19 to 21. Then I would never. I couldn't speak enough so that I could actually finish sentences and thoughts, and so I got interrupted a whole bunch. And it was because that for people to actually listen to me, they would have had to listen to me like on the doorstep scenario. For me to actually complete all of my thoughts, even in my disjointed way, would have taken me probably about like 15 to 20 minutes, and especially on a doorstep scenario, that wouldn't have worked out very well. Okay, so my point in bringing that up is that first of all, I want to come clean, and then with my my videos for the future, I would just want them to be as transparent, as honest, as much of me taking what's inside of me and visibly and openly describing it. And so that's why I'm talking. That's why I'm talking about that 2006 recording, because because afterwards a few people said, "Oh," a few people asked me about like the details on it, and when I was doing it, and I kind of covered up because that was like my big famous thing or whatever back then, and I made it up, and I was basically like covering up that I made it up. But in retrospect, and I guess this is an example of it, because I've talked for quite a while about me feeling self-conscious about covering it up, and it just I guess hasn't been a really easy thing for me to talk about. So for this video, I'm trying to do as much simulation of cluttering as possible, but in a completely transparent way, because I feel like the 2006 recording, I tried to do as much simulation as possible, but in a non-transparent way. So that's a big difference with this video, is I'm just trying to explain all the stuff. And so as far as my preparation for this video, I wrote out a let me see, a 3-page 2.5 page overview with all the points that I'm going to go through sequentially. And so had I not made this overview, I would have gotten stuck many times, not really knowing what my next point would be, or where I was before. A lot of people attribute that to like working memory, but I for me, as far as like working memory, I don't necessarily like think in those terms. I think some of my friends who feel like they have very low working memory would describe me losing my place about what I have to say a lot as having low working memory, but I don't necessarily feel like it's just that. So what I did in preparation for this, I've been thinking about my next cluttering video for years. So in ways, I've been thinking about this for years, and then today I wrote up my outline, and then yesterday there was a earthquake in Myanmar that really impacted Bangkok. And it was really scary. I was at my office when it happened. Everyone ran outside. Everyone was just completely afraid of aftershocks. And actually, Bangkok construction isn't the best in the world, and so everyone was worried about buildings falling down. There was a building that fell down that's only about 2 kilometers from my house. It was a building that was under construction, and then Bangkok is full of high-rise buildings. There aren't very many buildings that are one-story buildings, and so and so the I after the earthquake for about 2 hours, I waited outside of my office, and then I walked home. My walk home is about 6 kilometers, and usually it takes me about an hour and 20 minutes. Bangkok's not really a place where you can walk fast because the sidewalks are often when walking in Bangkok, I always have to look down because the sidewalks are different levels and in various states of repair or disrepair, and so usually it takes me about an hour and 20 minutes to walk home, or if I stop, it takes longer. But yesterday, I think it took between like 2 and 3 hours. And usually I walk home at night. I am really afraid about sunburns because I have vitiligo, it took me a long time to get home yesterday for a couple of reasons. One is that I would stop in the shade to like kind of pace myself, so so that I didn't get sunburned, and then everyone was outside. People were waiting to go back in the building. I think that most places, most multi-floor places, waited 4 hours before letting people into the building, back into the building, and there aren't really very many single floor places. A couple of them that were restaurants were just completely packed. So and then it was just really interesting. Most of the time, most Thai people don't walk very much, and so the streets are relatively empty. But because all of these high-rise buildings were emptied out onto the street, there were just tons and tons and tons of people, and it was just very bizarre yesterday. Everyone was scared, and I was scared, and especially the aftershocks, because aftershocks often collapse buildings because that have already been compromised. There ended up not being any aftershocks that I'm aware of that were bad anyway, but for about the hour after it happened, then the ground just kind of kept vibrating, or not vibrating, but rolling. And if you've never been in an earthquake before, it's just very real and very surreal and strange to have something that usually moves 0% moving at all, which is the ground. So anyway, one of the reasons that this is that I mentioned that is that my mind is not 100% on this cluttering video. My mind is, and then I did probably the worst thing that I could do, which is scroll my Facebook feed of and I have friends from every different like whatever, and so there were a whole bunch of my Thai friends posting about what happened in Thailand, and from what I saw, like my work wasn't damaged, or not damaged very much, and my home wasn't my home condo wasn't damaged, but lots and lots of buildings in Bangkok, especially the ones with not very much construction, were damaged, and there's a lot of it shook so much. I really thought that the building was going to fall down. I didn't realize it was actually an earthquake until I got outside and saw the other buildings swaying back and forth. So anyway, one of the reason that's more of a simulation of cluttering is that had I been able to completely focus on this video, then my speech would be more cohesive than it is now. But because a huge part of my mind and emotions are still consumed by, oh my gosh, I really felt like I was about to die yesterday because I felt like the building was about to collapse on top of me, and then just like fear for an aftershock. I looked up on I had ChatGPT analyze the percentage chance that a worse that a equally bad or as worse event will happen, and it said that in the next 6 months that there's like a 33% chance that will happen. So that kind of freaked me out. It gets escalatingly less likely as time goes on. So I think after the first day, then it reduces to like 20%. But still, it's still anyway. And I'm probably talking about too much about that. But I'm also going to be sharing this video on Facebook as my way of saying, hey, I'm okay. So and this will also be the first video that I post on Facebook or the first thing that I've posted on Facebook in quite a while. So anyway, my with the earthquake yesterday, my speech is disjointed a lot more than it normally would be, just because I've got that in my head and my emotions, and then also because this is my first video that I've made in quite a while, and I'm completely changing my format, or at least the way that I have organized it. And then also, if I did for especially my cluttering videos, I do a lot, or I do a lot less than I would if I was trying to be more cohesive with my speech. And so I didn't pre-practice it. Well, I did do 2 recordings just to make sure that this would record correctly. But they were just like 30-second recordings saying, "Hey, hey, I'm Joseph. This is a cluttering video. Thanks very much. Goodbye." And so me not pre-practicing at all brings out my cluttered speech a lot more than had I practiced it a few times. And then I'm trying to think of what else, or if I have anything else where I'm simulating it. I didn't eat yet today, and so that also, I guess, is accentuates my speech disorder, not because and I don't think there's a direct correlation with that, but just like right now I'm also feeling hungry, and so it's kind of goes back to my specific reason that and I'm not sure if it's the reason, but it's my specific thing that happens when I'm very disfluent is a whole bunch of things go in my brain, and so the more that I can like load a lot of things like a lot of things or emotions at the same time, then the more disjointed that my speech is going to be. And so hunger, surviving a natural disaster, the emotions of that 100 people died yesterday just 2 kilometers away from me, and then I've got a lot of friends from Myanmar, because a lot of Myanmar refugees over the last couple of years have come to Bangkok, and it's really, really difficult to process the emotions of that. I survived the earthquake, and a lot of people and it was inconvenient because I had to stay outside in the sun for 5 hours. But besides that, realistically, I'm not damaged at all. But the Myanmar epicenter was just absolutely tragic, and especially because of the situation in Myanmar, probably it's way worse than what we see on the news, just because in Thailand everyone's on social media, and it's very visible where and so just those emotions of, hey, well, I survived, but lots and lots of people died. That's really anyway. So I've got all those things in my head, and probably a few other things, and so I just want to be open and honest that that this is me trying to do my best, but I have kind of pre-loaded this video recording to get me to speak in my most cluttered and disjointed way, even though I'm trying my best. So kind of like I have a friend who loaded his backpack with rocks to build strength. So that's basically kind of what I'm doing with this video. Okay, so my next topic is cluttering versus stuttering. And I said that cluttering at its worst sounds like stuttering, and I think that I had a stuttering component, but maybe I didn't, because when I was so I went to speech therapy when I was like 25 to 27, and then after I went to speech therapy in college. It was a the college gave me free speech therapy because I was the first person who had cluttering that they'd ever worked with before, and so they did, and I think most of them had never like heard of cluttering, because when they diagnosed me, they had a bunch of books with so I think they were looking at like chapter 27 in a big book to say, oh well, this is your speech disorder. I don't think they'd ever like diagnosed anyone with cluttering before, and I know that they hadn't because they told me that. But I think that even the speech, even the main like speech people weren't very familiar with cluttering. And back then, which would have been like 1995 to 1995 to 1997, cluttering really wasn't well known at all. Now it's much more well known. Especially because of Dr. Kathy Scaler Scott and Ken St. Louis. So with stuttering, there are, and this is a huge oversimplification of stuttering, and stuttering is totally fascinating. So I recommend looking up and reading about stuttering. It's a really different speech disorder, but it sounds the same. And one recommendation that I have for therapy is having someone with cluttering speak with someone with stuttering, because that's been extremely helpful for my speech, is when someone who stutters well, and I don't know if I want to get into that on the video, the specifics of why it was helpful, but I guess the short summary is that the words per minute that someone who with stuttering has is usually much, much, much lower than the words per minute that someone with cluttering has. And in speaking with someone who stutters, then it helps me to pre-think through and say my words in a way that is way, way more cohesive than if I wasn't talking to someone who stutters. And as far as stuttering and cluttering, let me give the example of give the example if I want to go to the store again. So I've given a lot of examples of I want to go to the store, and usually with stuttering, then and again, this is a huge oversimplification, and I don't stutter, so I apologize. I'm trying to do this imitation of someone who stutters as respectfully as possible. So I apologize in advance if I'm not being respectful, and please let me know in the comments about like how I could have done this differently or what I'm misrepresenting about stuttering. So usually with stuttering, or the people that I know who stutter, mainly stutter on a few different sounds. So if someone stutters on the S sound and they are going to say the word stuttering, they know in their head that they want to say the word stuttering. And they also know that they have a very, very high likelihood of stuttering on the S sound. And so someone and there's two different things with stuttering that I consider the main things. One is the actual disfluency, which is a repetition stuttering disfluency, and then two is blocking. And I think blocking actually covers a whole bunch of different things, but the definition of blocking that I have heard, and I've also heard that this is wrong, but as I've admitted, this is a huge oversimplification of stuttering, so that I can talk about it in just a short period of time. So someone who stutters would, and they need to say the word stuttering, would know that. And actually, if I use stuttering as the speech or as the example, it's probably not all that respectful. So let me go back to, I want to go to the store, and the person who stutters knows that they're going to, or have an extremely high likelihood of stuttering on the S in store, because S is one of their worst words, or S is one of their worst sounds. And then very, very often, people who stutter are so conscious and have mapped out so much ahead of time what they want to say that they replace words. And so rather than saying, I want to go to the store, because they know that they're going to stutter on store, then they will consciously reframe it so that they don't have to use words that start with S. And so the most likely thing that someone who stutters would do with saying I want to go to the store is they would say, I want to go to Tops Market, rather than actually using something that they would stutter on. And then blocking is and this is the way I first heard it described to me, which people have told me is inaccurate, but I think it's a good, quick way to describe this, is that before, since someone who stutters knows that they're going to stutter on the S sound, and they know that, and they've preconceptualized the whole phrase, I want to go to the store, and they know they want to say it as good as possible. Then before they say the S sound, then they will get really, really, really nervous, and then their throat tightens up, and etc. And so let me give my example of someone who stutters saying, I want to go to the store. I want to go to the store. And so with that, then I'm simulating my throat tightening up and getting really, really nervous about to, like repeating the word to, not because it's a stutter, just because of my nervousness about saying the S sound. And then a lot of times for someone who's really, really self-conscious about stuttering, then they have a lot of external movements and just trying to like force their body to say the sound that they will stutter on. So I give that example of stuttering versus cluttering. So in cluttering, then there's absolutely no physical parts of it. With cluttering, I'm able to say any sound. And one of the things they say about cluttering is that people who have cluttering are able to say really short phrases very, very well, where saying very, very long phrases is, saying very, very long things is more difficult, and that it, where with stuttering, it's the opposite. Short things, because there's a lot of pressure to say those correctly, often are a lot more nerve-wracking and produce a stutter more than something that would be longer. And then so I when I first started working on my speech, then I realized that I was stuttering a little bit, and I remember when I was 17, I was in my first job, and one of the guys that I worked with stuttered, and he was really, really cool, and I wanted to be like him. And I didn't know at that time that I had a speech disorder, but at that time, when I found that if I copied him in some ways, and I don't remember enough to analyze if I was copying his stutter or if I was doing other non-stuttering things that were cluttering things to allow me to speak, because most of my life I didn't speak. And so I kind of, in a way, learned to speak later in my life, which I'll go over a little bit later. But so anyway, when I was 17, almost a decade before I found out about cluttering, then I really admired this guy who stuttered, and I thought, oh, hey, well, if I talked like him, then talking would be easier. And so I copied parts of what he was doing. I don't know if I copied his stutter, but I definitely copied parts of what he was doing, and I was able to speak a little bit better because of copying him. And then when I started working on my speech, so I went to speech therapy, and I did the speech therapy, but a lot of I felt in a lot of ways like I was a test subject. And in a lot of ways that I was, because the speech therapists were just doing their best based on what they read about cluttering in books, and there weren't very many books about cluttering back then. And so I don't know. There were two times that I worked on my speech very, very intensely. One was in speech therapy, and then one was when I was like 33 to somewhere around 33. It was when it was 2000. It was around like 2003. I was a manager, and I was managing more people than I had ever managed before. And after university, and after I'd stopped my speech therapy, then I basically forgot about my speech and my cluttering. And I outside of my speech therapy, I had never heard about cluttering. I heard about stuttering a lot, but I'd never actually heard about cluttering. And so when I was in around 2003, I Googled. Well, I didn't use Google back then. I used Alta Vista, so I Alta Vista'd cluttering. And my big I actually thought about it a few days before I did that. And I was thinking, oh, is cluttering? I remember being diagnosed with cluttering back like 6 years ago, but is that even a real thing? Did the speech department at my university just make that up, or what exactly? And I was a manager. I had to talk a lot, and I wanted to improve my speech, and so and I was at that time I was trying to improve like basically everything about myself, so that I could be a better manager. And so I basically just Googled cluttering as part of that. As another part of that, I bought a whole bunch of books on fashion, so that I could figure out how to dress myself a little bit better. And so me getting back into cluttering was just one of a bunch of different things. I learned about fashion. I learned about just a bunch of stuff, so that I could. I read management books. I read sales books. And then I Googled or I Alta Vista'd cluttering. And when I did that, I found Dr. Ken St. Lewis's thing that he wrote for the Stuttering Foundation of an introduction to cluttering. And I read through that, and I thought, oh, this is super, super helpful. And it taught me a whole bunch about cluttering that I hadn't that I hadn't done with speech therapy. So I think my speech therapy was more like kind of generic speech therapy, not really tailored to cluttering at all. Besides, well, mostly because they had no idea, because I was their first cluttering client. And so I remember Ken St. Lewis's pamphlet. It's a two-sided trifold pamphlet. And that by itself taught me a whole bunch of stuff and I was able to pretty directly improve a lot of stuff just by reading that pamphlet, and it was just really, really cool. It was one of the times in my life where one piece of paper drastically improved my quality of life and my understanding about myself, and a whole bunch of other cool things. And so I think that's kind of what got me hooked. And then I heard about Deso Weiss's book, and I ordered that. And I read through it. And then I just got really, really interested in cluttering and helping people to know about cluttering. because back then the only two things that were accessible to me were Ken St. Lewis's trifold pamphlet and Dessa Weiss's book that I ordered online, and I think I got it for about like $20 and read through the whole thing. And both of those really changed my life in a whole bunch of different ways. I'll talk a little bit about this later, but Dessa Weiss has in his book a picture of an iceberg, and then there are like 14 different, so it's a gigantic like iceberg conglomerate, where a little bit on the top and a whole bunch underneath, and then all of the different peaks have like different words on them, and I don't remember what they were, but the whole, and his model is probably flawed, but the cool thing about his model is he was basically saying that speech production is really complicated, and you have to have these like 14 pillars, and I kind of actually believe it's more like 200 different things, that you have to have 200 different things working in sequence, all at the right timing, all at the right everything to produce normal, non-cluttered, fluent speech. And so the fact that there are like 95% of everyone who can speak without disfluency is pretty miraculous, just because there's so much stuff that has to happen in sequence to actually produce speech. And any one of those that goes wrong, any one of those 200 things that goes wrong, and then you have a speech disorder. And so I really like that model, and I searched online. I searched online, and there wasn't really anything besides that. From like 2 weeks worth of trying to find stuff, eventually I found a whole bunch of different things, and bought every like cluttering related book that I could back then, and read as much as I could about it. But I realized that I had been helped a ton by Ken St. Louis and Dessa Weiss's book. And I wanted to help other people, because my quality of life went way up when I figured out how to speak. And actually I think timing wise, I figured out how to speak after reading that. I've been looking at those as two different things, but I think like sequence wise, as far as I can tell, sequence wise, I decided to work on my speech, and then I had another event that made it so that I could speak. And I need to explain what I mean by that, but I'll I guess I can do that now. So when I was a kid, I really didn't talk at all, and I remember one year I purposefully tried to say it as little as possible, and one year, I think around when I was somewhere between when I was 12 to 14, then I verbalized fewer than 20 words. And I know that because I counted, and I tried to not say words, just kind of as an experiment. And that includes saying here in class. I think probably like 15 of those words were saying here. But for one full year, I said 20. I said 20 or fewer words in that 1 year, and it wasn't like that I went from talking a lot to not talking, and it wasn't like I planned it. It was more like that one day I realized, oh, I haven't actually said anything for 2 months. I wonder how much longer I can do that. And I don't remember. I don't remember why I. And I didn't. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that I was talking a lot before and after, and I did like a sabbatical. It was more that um, probably like the year before I said 100 words, and then the year after I said like 150 words. But in the year that I was actually like thinking and focusing on that, I only said about 20 words, and I had to. I don't want to. Well, I'll get a little bit into this, but I don't want to get too much into this. I didn't have all that great of a childhood, and that contributed to having to only saying 20 words. Um, there's an old horrible movie called Cipher in the Snow, and that movie totally reminds me of myself. So and I don't know if I just felt an aftershock or if I'm just like freaked out by the earthquake, but that's my reason for pausing. So okay. Okay, I'm hang on just a second. Okay, so a really, really weird thing about the earthquake was that that the ground was moving after the earthquake, and um, and then for like 2 hours afterwards, I couldn't actually tell when the ground was moving versus when I just felt so like discombobulated by that the ground isn't actually supposed to move. Um, so yeah, so where was I? Ken St. Louis. Oh, my point that I was leading up to is that my point that I was leading up to is that when I realized how much that Ken St. Louis and Dessa Weiss had helped me, then I wanted to help other people, and I got really, really, really excited about I got really, really excited about um, helping other people, and about sorry, I keep looking at my window to see how much to see if yeah. Anyway, um, so got after I learned about cluttering in my 30s and started to work on my speech in earnest, and in ways when I was in my 30s, I was much more much more excited about working on my speech, and um, much more earnest with it, and I was just very intensely working on my speech. And I started the first online support group for cluttering. It was a Yahoo group. And we got about, I can't remember how many people. I remember it was at least like 300 to 500 people. And it was both the Yahoo website and then a email. You could either go onto the website or get an email. That's how Yahoo Groups was set up. And I with that, then I documented a lot about my experience, and then my experience and my as much as I could remember about cluttering, and what I had what I'd learned and what I was learning. And I was really rapidly improving my speech at that time. And I can't remember how long I did that for, but for about like 3 to 5 years. And so for the whole time, I was just trying to write out as much of my experience and my ideas about cluttering, and what I thought would be helpful with cluttering, and a bunch of other stuff. And I've done this with a lot of stuff. I'm doing this with learning Thai. I'm kind of purposefully slowly learning Thai, so that I can, in my head at least, document every one of the steps of what is the um, so that other people learning Thai can learn from my example. And my one of my lifelong goals is to make learning Thai very accessible to people. Like most people when they learn Thai, it's a tonal language, and and there aren't very great ways to teach Thai as a tonal language right now, but I believe that there could be. Just like just like back then, there wasn't really any resources for cluttering, and I believe that there could be really good resources, and that's what drove me. And so I was I think my posting on there was a lot of trying to describe my experience, and then trying to come up with various theories about what could help people, because then everything was just describing cluttering. There wasn't really anything saying, hey, well, these are the things that you can do to help. And still, I feel like that's a really big missing part about cluttering, about like what things if and the most common thing, because people most clutterers don't aren't or there are a much higher percentage of parents of kids who have cluttering that are trying to help their kids than there are clutterers who are looking for help themselves. And so and this is how it's always been since I started the Yahoo group, is that there have always been a lot more parents of clutterers trying to help their kids than there have been people who have cluttering that are trying to help themselves. And so I also tried to help as many people as I could, and with cluttering, especially because like back then, and still even today, I have only met a few other people with cluttering in person, and most of the clutterers that I know are people that I met online, or that I met that way. So I I was that's all background about how I am. That's all background about how I'm going to, or how I learned to talk. So I didn't really talk. I didn't really talk at all, and I could talk, but I would. Most of what I would do is ask questions, and in asking questions, that's kind of a way to simulate that to simulate having a conversation without actually having to have the skills to have a conversation. And so, and then the other thing that I would do is that I would, because I really didn't talk, I didn't know that I had a speech disorder, so I didn't know that my speech was coming out cluttered. And but I knew on some level it was difficult for me, and I knew on some level that I would always get interrupted, and so I would pre-think through questions. And so I remember at one point, one time, I literally pre-thought through asking one question for 1 month before I asked the question. I don't remember who it was for. Who it was for? It was probably someone like a teacher that I was nervous about talking to. But I would just go over and over in my mind the specific question and the specific wording of that question that I would ask for my that I would ask to my teacher. And and I would just keep. It would take me a long time to even construct a question, and these questions weren't really long, detailed questions like I asked today, but they could have been just as simple as, what could I ask for your advice on, like, and I don't remember what I was really interested in, or what kind of questions I would ask. Maybe maybe if I failed the test and I wanted to like make up the test, and say, hey Mr. Butler, can I retake this test that I failed? So a question like that would, a question like that I couldn't, back then in high school, I couldn't just think of that question and ask that question. It would, a question of that complexity would take me literally like a week to construct at, like when I was around like the 13 to 15 age. And when I went to college, I started talking a little bit more with people, but in college then um, in college then um, in college then I pretty much just asked questions, so I got a little bit better at it, and I didn't have to spend a whole week asking questions, but always I would think and like preform the question in my head, and then when the and then not actually talk until the question was preformed and then talk. And I believe, even though I don't have any like samples of myself back then, is that I believe I tried to talk in other ways, but when I tried to talk, then it just came out very, very cluttered and disjointed. And so those are examples of me not talking. And so physically I could verbalize all of the words, so I could read things, but and I could pronounce everything correctly. And like I said, my disorder is not like stuttering, where if I know what I want to say, then I can say it. Oh, that's the other thing that they say about cluttering, is they say with stuttering, then those people know what they want to say, but they can't say it, where with cluttering, they don't know what they want to say. And that's a little bit insulting way of saying it, but it kind of describes the dynamics on a really, really basic level, in that and the way that I like to describe it is that I just think really, really deep, complex thoughts that are difficult to describe and to verbalize. Back then, I was my language was very, very disjointed from my thought, and I basically thought in a way that was free from language. I'm really, really interested in memetics or mind viruses, and or memes or going viral. That's something that I've basically been studying my whole life, is that phenomenon. And it's and mind virus right now is only used as an insult, but I believe that mind viruses are the same as regular viruses, because actually, if viruses didn't exist, then all humans would die off very, very quickly. Humans would die without viruses. There are beneficial viruses, and we need viruses to survive. There are bad viruses that make us sick, like COVID, but viruses are a really important part of the ecosystem, and so I also look at memetics or mind viruses as the same way. Some of them are bad, and a lot of them are good. And an example of a really someone mentioned that even language could be a mind virus. And I think looking at language as a mind virus is really, really interesting. And language is obviously insanely beneficial, and that's one of the reasons that that humanity has been able to do all of the really, really cool things that we've been able to do, is because we have language, and especially recorded language, where but with how I grew up, with me having language being disjointed from my thought, I think that everyone else, when they think in terms of language. And I said this to a speech language pathologist researcher, that when and the way I was describing it, she said, was incorrect, which was that when I that I and actually I can't remember her point or my point based on that, but basically basically I feel like everyone else when they are everyone else when they're thinking, they think they think either in conjunction with language or on top of language or side by side with language. But for me, until I was around like 33 to 35, it wasn't right when I learned to talk, but it was soon after I learned to talk. I tried to integrate language into my thought so that I could speak better like other people, or so that I could cure my cluttering, is what I was trying to do back then. Now I'm not so interested in curing my cluttering, but back then I was really I really wanted to figure out a way to cure cluttering. Now my goal is just getting better and better with my speech every month. Not necessarily to have not necessarily that I have a specific end goal with my speech in mind. And so for me, I kind of feel like that even though language is very beneficial, for me, I feel like I grew up unconstrained by language, and so I kind of feel like I was able to think a lot deeper and more complex thoughts than I would have had I been thinking in terms of language. And now that I can talk, I feel like that's that's been a very beneficial thing for me, of having a very long extended period of time where I couldn't talk and my brain was unconstrained by language. And then then going through the process of figuring that out much later in life, so that I had a really interesting, cool perspective. And then and now I believe that for the future that now I believe that for the future that there's a lot of really cool stuff that I'll be able to do because I have that background. Back for most of my life, it sucked though, especially because I couldn't communicate with people, and I didn't know why I couldn't communicate. I didn't know why I couldn't communicate with people, and I didn't know what I could do to make any difference with it. So anyway, that's all leading up to me explaining how I learned how to talk. So I took a cross country trip from. I really liked Steinbeck. I read a lot of Steinbeck. I've read actually all of his books, his fiction and his nonfiction, and except for maybe one nonfiction book, and I was really inspired by Travels with Charlie in Search of America, where he goes where he takes a month and he goes and visits a whole bunch of places and writes about it. And I decided to do something like that. I took a cross-country trip from San Diego to Florida. It was actually, I went from Utah to San Diego and then San Diego to Florida, and my whole trip took about 19 days. I was calling it 2 weeks back then, but it was a 19-day trip. And every day of the trip, I decided that I would write something in my style, but I didn't figure out what my style was, or I didn't even know what my style was back then, and that I had to have a picture to go along with it. And so and so I set out on my cross country trip, and I I remember sitting down to write, and I pre-planned all this out, and I sat down to write, and I thought, okay, well, what what is my style? I think I'd taken a picture. I think I can't remember if it was on a camera or not. I posted all these travel. They ended up being like travel blogs, but for me it was like this new. It was a just kind of a new thing for me, because it was more about like searching inside of myself to figure out what my style was, and then write in my style, which I didn't know what it was. I knew it wasn't what they taught me in school. What they taught me in school is that you're supposed to have a you're supposed to write like basically how they teach you to do paragraphs, but in a paper, that the first part is an introduction, then the next part is like supporting details, and then the last part is a conclusion. And I knew that wasn't my style, but I didn't really know what my style was. And so that first day, and actually the first couple days, I did just a lot of soul searching, and I realized that my style is really hyper focusing on something and then describing what I've seen from my hyper focus. And so my style is definitely not saying, okay, 8 a.m. I woke up, 8:30 I ate breakfast. My style is completely not a travelogue. But what I did on that trip is I would pick an event and then rethink through the whole day about like leading up to that event, and then describe things in terms of that event. And I really like what I call the Steinbeck ending. Most of his books have an ending that kind of comes out of left field, but then really makes you think, and actually ends up tying into the story in a way that makes me feel like that he had kind of been planning that somewhat twist ending the whole time. And so I really like that. I really like that style. So that's how I tried to do the ending too, is to have kind of a twisty little curve that still connects in the end. And so I realized that my style is really hyper focusing on an event. Like an event happens, and then I think just very deeply about it, and I try to think about it from every single angle that I can. And then after a period of very deep thought about it, then start to describe it, not necessarily in terms of not and potentially there are a whole bunch of different ways to describe an event that I've thought about, but the core of my style, my writing style, is just to focus on an event, very deeply, think about it from every single angle and emotion that I can, and then put it together in some kind of cohesive narrative, and then have a somewhat and then do my best to do a Steinbeck like ending for it. And so I wrote 19 different what would now be just travel blogs, but for me they were these really cool different things that I kind of came up with on my own using my style. And after that trip, I realized that I could talk. And it was really bizarre for me, because I had been trying my whole life. I had been to speech therapy. I'd done a couple of years of trying to work on my speech. I'd read management books and sales books. I'd been a door-to-door missionary and also a door-to-door salesperson. And none of that helped me to learn how to speak as much as that writing exercise did. And so it's kind of ironic that writing is the thing that taught me how to speak, where speaking and practicing speech did not teach me how to speak. Okay, so that's kind of a off the topic, or kind of a side note, but it's something that's a really really important part of me, and really relates to everything else that I'm saying. And this part is still a little bit far. This part is still a little bit far down in my thing, but I want to mention that I'm I think I'm a very atypical clutterer in why I'm a clutterer. I don't think really anyone else had the exact experience that I did, and that's why they are a clutterer. But I've been nervous to say all of this stuff because I don't want to come across saying, "Hey, well, I'm a clutterer, and everyone else who also has cluttering clutters because they're like me." I think it's actually probably pretty rare that someone would be a clutterer because of the same sequence of reasons that I am a clutterer. But I think that me describing myself and all of the reasons for my cluttering, kind of a super, super in-depth case study, is a really important thing. And so I'll get into that a little bit later about why my cluttering is atypical, but I think it's important to mention that not very many people have cluttering because they couldn't talk for the first 33 years of their life, and that's just me. I think probably most of the people that have had my exact same experiences probably would end up being clutterers, but just my specific set of circumstances are very very rare. And my point is that I believe there are many 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 different reasons for cluttering, but I think that if we all share what works for us, that and what we've learned and techniques and all of that kind of thing, that it makes that it's really really cool and really really powerful, and that we can help a lot more people if we do that. And so that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. One of the things about cluttering is that I didn't know that I was a clutterer before I went to speech therapy. And I actually didn't realize that my speech was any different than anyone else's speech until after they diagnosed me and they pressed play on the tape recorder and they played my speech back to me, and I heard for the first time my speech and my speech talking, because they had asked me, "Hey, well, describe something you like," and and then they played it back to me, and I think everyone is like this with their disfluencies. Like I mentioned, everyone has these 4 cluttering disfluencies, but only clutterers do them at a really really high rate. And so let me tell that story about my speech therapy. So I, the dean of my college, I went to BYU and I studied statistics, and the dean of my college said, pulled me aside, or actually he had his secretary set up a meeting with me, and I thought I was going to get kicked out because my grades weren't all that great. But it actually was a thing where he was trying to help me. He said really awkwardly, he didn't say that I had a problem with speech. He said, "Joseph, I've noticed that you have trouble expressing yourself." And then he gave a weird semi-fatherly lecture about how expressing yourself is important later in life and in business. And then he said that he had a friend at the speech department that he wanted me to talk to, and maybe he could help me. And at that point in my life, I'd read a lot of books on like management and sales, and I was and here's another tangent: is when I was a kid, I would read the dictionary, and whenever I looked up a word in the dictionary, then I would mark it, and my goal was to have like marked all of the words in the dictionary. I think I only got like 33% through the dictionary, through just like looking up various words, and I never actually like went through and started reading the words that I didn't read. But that was a like self-correction way of that I believe back then I realized that I realized at a subconscious level there was something different about my speech, and I wanted to correct it. And the only idea that I had was, well, maybe I just don't know enough words, so I tried to increase my vocabulary. Where now I know that practicing my speech would have been like a gazillion times more effective than just looking up all the words that I didn't know in the dictionary, and that actually probably didn't help one way or another at all in my speech, even though I spent a whole bunch of my childhood trying to learn as many vocabulary words as I could. And now I've kind of lost the sequence of events of how I got to that point. My note is I always forget that I'm a clutterer. I have to keep reminding myself. And I don't think I'll be able to get back to where I was, but let me talk about that. So in most people, like if you don't have cluttering and you're listening to this, then there's a very high chance that you would say, oh, I don't like listening to myself when I talk, like on recording, because it doesn't sound like me. It sounds like Mickey Mouse, or a lot of people like whatever people feel like that they sound like. And so most people don't even know what their voice sounds like, because it's really hard to hear what your voice sounds like. And then also most people don't realize when they are doing those 4 normal disfluencies, and they do them at such a low rate that it doesn't actually matter. And clutterers are the same way, and that's why these 4 normal disfluencies being normal is really important, I think, because clutterers this isn't necessarily true, but one of the first books that I read on cluttering said that clutterers don't know when they're cluttering, and that's a very common thing when comparing cluttering to stuttering to say, is that stutterers, or people who stutter, know very profoundly that they're stuttering, where clutterers don't know that they're cluttering. And what's more generally true is that nobody who has these 4 normal speech disfluencies, which is everyone recognizes when they are doing these speech disfluencies. One of the most helpful things that I learned in speech therapy was a process they called self-monitoring. And with self-monitoring, what you do is you listen to what you're saying as you're saying it, and you don't try to correct it. You just listen and notice, hey, these are the words that I'm saying. These are the disfluencies that I'm saying. These are the repetitions that I'm saying. And instead of trying to correct them, because you have to develop the skill of self-monitoring before you can use self-monitoring to be ultra effective. So at first, when you start self-monitoring, and I recommend for weeks or months to only self-monitor before you start trying to correct your speech, is to start to try to get basically like a part of your brain that is just dedicated to listening to the words that you're saying, so that you can, because that's something that most people aren't doing. They're speaking without actually listening to the words that they're saying, and they don't actually have to, because their speech is good enough so that they don't have to. But it is something that will really help you to get your speech to be way, way better, no matter what level that you're currently at with your speech. And so clutters generally don't know that when they're cluttering, and clutters generally don't know that they are cluttering at all. Exactly the same as people without cluttering don't know when they are disfluent. And and they and they don't and they aren't able to say, oh well, I repeated this word, I revised this word. And that's what the whole self-monitoring process does, is it builds that tool so that you can monitor it. And then the reason that you actually need like 2 to 3 months of intensely developing the skill of self-monitoring is that as soon as you start trying to correct it, then it completely destroys the self-monitoring, and you get into a really, really bad feedback loop where you are no longer able to self-monitor if you start correcting while you're self-monitoring. And so that's why it's super, super important to self-monitor before you try any corrections. And like I said, I recommend developing the skill very, very intensely for about 2 months before you do it. And I think it's super, super helpful for everyone to do, even if your speech is perfect. And actually, especially if your speech is perfect and you want to become like a really, really great public speaker, that's which is another side note about cluttering, is that almost all of the techniques to become a excellent public speaker are really, really good techniques for cluttering, where and that's another difference between cluttering and stuttering, is that with public speaking techniques are great for everybody, but public speaking doesn't necessarily impact stuttering or help with stuttering at all, besides maybe helping to deal with a little bit of the nervousness, because it's so because to do any kind of public speaking, you have to deal with a gigantic nervousness component. And so in speech therapy, they I was telling the story about my dean of my college. So I had this goal of becoming a great public speaker. I didn't realize that my speech that I had a speech disorder or that my speech was any different than anyone else's. People just told me that I was quiet, and so I thought, oh well, I'd really like to develop the ability to be a public speaker. And my dad was a salesman for most of his life, so he was. And so I always wanted to be like a really good speaker and salesman and storyteller like my dad. And so when my dean of my college suggested that I go to the speech department, I thought, oh well, improving my speech has always been a goal of mine anyway. So I have no idea why I'm going, but maybe they can help me in with my goal of public speaking in the future. And I really don't think I had pieced together that my dean was telling me, hey, look, your speech is different than other people's speech. I don't know what I was thinking. I probably didn't even connect the dots at all, and I was just he was an authority figure, and I was doing what he told me to do. But if I would have, I didn't. I really didn't connect the dots at all, and I think that if I would have connected the dots, then I would have thought, oh well, maybe I don't speak loud enough, or maybe I mumble, or because my grandma always told me that I mumbled. So I didn't actually think that that I had a speech disorder. I just thought that maybe the speech department could help me with public speaking. And so I went there, and they told me I went there, and they did like three sessions of diagnostics, I think, like 3 1-hour sessions of diagnostics. And they told me, hey, well, usually most of our clients are kids, which was really tough for me too, because at that speech department, then I was one of the only adults that was getting speech therapy, and it was set like even the rooms were set up with like ABCs and stuff like that on the walls. So it was a little bit tough for me to go with that, but I just kept reminding myself, oh, Joseph, it's your goal to be a good public speaker. And as far as I remember, they did 3 different sessions of diagnostics, where they and I think they were just kind of like practicing on me. I think they just did like every single diagnostic thing that they had. Maybe because I was one of the only adults, and so they wanted all of the students to have practice doing like various diagnostics with an adult, where because everyone else had just had experience with kids. So after those 3 sessions, I think the fourth after those three diagnostic sessions, then the fourth session they said the fourth session, and this was one of the most traumatic experiences in my life. They said, hey, well, we've done this. We think you have a speech disorder called cluttering. And again, remember, I had no idea that my speech was any different than anyone else's. If I would have thought about it, I would have at the time just thought that I had a volume problem and I didn't know how to speak loudly. And then they pressed play on the tape recorder, and my speech was completely and totally disjointed. And it was super embarrassing, and and I didn't know, and they kind of felt like they had to prove to me that I had a speech disorder, I guess. But anyway, my point with that is that I really didn't know that my speech was any different than anyone else's, and that was my first time. And it's really, really easy for me to forget that my speech is disjointed. And I keep thinking I've done this like probably like 10 to 20 different times in my life of, oh, well, I can't ever remember doing any disfluencies, so my cluttering speech disorder must be cured by now. And then I watch a video of me and realize, oh yeah, my cluttering speech disorder is completely not cured. It's just the cycle of that I have to keep reminding myself that I have a speech disorder, otherwise I will forget it. And that's why I keep bringing it back to people who don't have any speech disorder, but who do normal disfluencies, because most of those people never think about their disfluencies, and also clutterers never also think about their disfluencies either. And I mentioned that that's what it says in the books, and that's what my experience was, but I've learned that about 50% of people, or 50% of people with the cluttering speech disorder are actually very acutely aware that their speech is different and are really frustrated about it because they've had either a well-meaning or not or mean, cruel people in their lives that have pointed out and that have tried to like push them into getting better speech without actually going through any of the steps that would help them to get better speech. And so I think about 50% of clutterers are like me, where they at least until they're 27 or go through speech therapy, don't realize that their speech is any different than anyone else's. And then about 50% of clutterers are like, had someone in their life or multiple people in their lives either making fun of their speech or a well-meaning parent hounding them like, hey, speak better, or something like that. And so so there's kind of two paths that people go down, and my path is that if I don't keep reminding myself that I have a speech disorder, then I will stop working on my speech, because I will go back into saying, oh, well, actually, I'm speaking the exact same way that everyone else is, when I'm not, when that's not actually accurate. Okay, so I think I made all of my points with that. Oh, and if you're, for any speech therapists that are listening to this, one of my biggest pieces of advice is when you tell your clients that they have cluttering, then be very, 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 very gentle with them. For me, that was so traumatic that it was very, very easy after, even though I went to speech therapy, I don't know how long I went to speech therapy, but it was quite a while. After college, I completely didn't think about it, probably in part because it was my speech therapy experience, even though it taught me a lot of great skills, it was also traumatic for me in a few different ways. And one of the best ways that you can make your speech therapy not traumatic for your clients is with the initial introduction to that, hey, you've got this speech disorder called cluttering, and just the more gentle that you do that, then the better. And I mentioned that public speaking, or the techniques for public speaking, are some of the most effective things that I've learned to that I've learned for Cluttering, but not Toastmasters. The way Toastmasters is just a really, really weird public speaking organization. I have learned exactly 0 things from Toastmasters, even though I think I've gone to about 5 different meetings, where every single book that I've read about public speaking has been awesome, and I've learned a whole bunch of things from every single book that I've read about public speaking. And I also took, after I graduated from BYU, then I went to Salt Lake Community College, and I took 4 classes that I couldn't fit into my my regular schedule, and one of them was a public speaking class, and that class was awesome. But I totally recommend, do not send clutterers to Toastmasters, but do give them public speaking resources. Okay, so moving on, and this kind of ties back into my definition of cluttering. So I usually define cluttering as an excess of the four normal speech disfluencies. Ken St. Louis defines cluttering in terms of rate, meaning that folks who have cluttering have an irregular rate. And I think that's probably technically accurate, but it's really, really, really difficult, except for from a clinical perspective, to actually have that be useful at all. So I think Ken's definition is a technically accurate definition, but it's not necessarily useful. To at least to me, it's useful on a diagnostic and research perspective, and it's very it's extremely useful on a definition and like DSM-5 kind of perspective, and I think that one of Ken spent about 30 minutes once explaining to me the dynamics of defining cluttering and why it's so important for him to define cluttering and to come up with a consistent definition of cluttering that everyone in research and speech pathology uses. And I'm with what I'm saying, I'm totally not detracting from that, because I understand that. And one of Ken's worries that he shared with me is that cluttering would get subsumed under the umbrella of autism. And that is also extremely concerning for me. And that is why I'm that's why I feel that Ken's definition and Ken's desire to come up with a cohesive and well propagated academic definition of cluttering is super, super important, so that cluttering doesn't get just consumed under the under a bigger disorder like autism or something else. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more later, but I'm autistic, and I've noticed that with and there are definitely a much higher level of for autistic people, there's a much higher level of clutterers that are also autistic. However, there are a gigantic number of people who have cluttering, or there's a gigantic number of autistic people who are the opposite of cluttering. So even though a lot of clutterers are also autistic, not there's definitely not a one-to-one ratio or relationship. And also So basically, you can be autistic and be a clutterer, and you can be autistic and not have cluttering. And but there is a higher level of cluttering within autism. And also you can be non-autistic and have cluttering, and you can be non-autistic and not have cluttering. And so there's a there, and I wouldn't say that there's necessarily a link, and it could be it could be as disjointed as that autistic people tend to get bullied more in school, and the higher prevalence of cluttering in autistic people could be more due to bullying than it is to autism. So it could be something like that. Like with me thinking about autism and my autism, and then me thinking about other autistic people and their autism, there's nothing about autism that I can see as a very direct correlation. And so I think that's why Ken's work in making a definition that is very, very distinct and defines cluttering is really, really important, especially on an academic and on an academic level, on a grant level, on a and then especially on like a support level, like for kids that are diagnosed with if like so I think part of Ken's point is that if cluttering gets subsumed under autism, then a kid who has cluttering who is not autistic will not be able to get funding or help in school because they would then have to be diagnosed with autism in order to do that. And so even though I said that Ken's definition isn't very helpful for me, it is extremely helpful for the kids of the future that need support and resources in school for Ken to come up with his definition like that, which he explained why rate is a really, really good way of defining it that way. And yeah, so I also have a definition of I also have a definition of cluttering that is that's a rate definition. And if you I think you can see a irregular rate with my speech, especially in this video, because sometimes I speak very, very, very fast, and then sometimes I speak very slow. And my definition, and it's not necessarily a definition, but a way to measure irregular rate, is if you map out everything, that someone says, and speech pathologists do this all the time, like code. Okay, at this millisecond, then he said he started this word. At this millisecond he started this word, and then noting like any disfluencies. So if you do, and I'm not sure what that's called in speech pathology, but if you do that, and if you do that and then measure the number of milliseconds per word, and then do that over a speech sample. So you measure the number of milliseconds that a person spends per word, and and then over the speech sample, put that in Excel and put the number of milliseconds per word for each word in the speech sample, and then get the standard deviation of that. Then I believe that clutterers will have a very, very high standard deviation, where someone who doesn't clutter will have a very, very low standard deviation, even accounting for things like emphasis and emphasis, where you where like in normal speech you say stuff that you're emotional about, either very slowly or very quickly based on what the emotion is. But I think even taking that into account, that if you have the standard deviation of milliseconds per word in any speech sample, then there will be a very, very direct correlation between clutterers having a very high standard deviation and non-clutterers having a very, very low standard deviation. So I've got I like Ken's definition enough to have thought about a way to actually measure that, but as far as defining it in like casual conversation, or defining it when I'm talking about it, then the best way that I found to talk about it is in terms of normal disfluencies and an excess of normal disfluencies, because that's a lot easier to conceptualize than that, oh, this person has an irregular rate. And then I am also very like, for me, cluttering has been a really cool thing to learn about, because it's basically that when I learned that I had the speech disorder, I realized, oh, instead of doing a bunch of really, really frustrating things that aren't working, like reading the dictionary, then now that I know that I have the speech disorder, I've got a bunch of ideas of stuff that I can start doing that actually will help me and improve my speech. And so one of the things, so I and then I go back to that so I wish that my speech therapy in college would have actually been more about public speaking, where because the speech therapy in college was more like most of their clients, I think, were most of their clients were about specific like techniques. Like one speech pathologist friend that I talked to said that he spent the last 2 years just teaching older people how to swallow and like tongue movements, and then with kids, like if someone has a lisp or stuttering or other things, then it's all about like very, very specific techniques, where with cluttering, then with cluttering, then the kind of like surgical techniques that work with other speech disorders help a little bit. But the thing that I wish would have happened was that in addition to learning those things, which were mildly helpful, that my speech therapy would have helped me with what I actually wanted to go to the speech department for, which was to become a good public speaker. So I learned a lot of really, really technical stuff. I learned about self-monitoring, but I didn't actually learn anything in speech therapy that would help me to become a good public speaker, which was actually my goal. And that's something that I recommend, especially for cluttering, and especially for parents of kids who are clutterers, is to ask the person who clutters what or ask the and I'm going to talk about this. I really don't like the phrase "person who clutters," but ask the clutterer who what is their what is their goal, and then build speech therapy around that. Like I know a lot of kids want to become YouTubers, to become like the next Mr. Beast. And I think that's a really, really awesome way of integrating in speech improvement. And I'll talk about that more later. But the thing that I was missing was really something that to get me passionate about my speech, and the thing that I was already passionate about my speech of public speaking, that wasn't at all part of speech therapy. And so one of my advices, one of my pieces of, so that's why one of my pieces of advice to parents and speech therapists is to ask the client or child what their speech related goals are. And then especially with children, then it's more about what their goals are, and then you infusing in, hey, well, in order to reach your goals, then in order that actually working on your speech is a really important part of getting to your goals, and that kind of thing. Where with my experience with speech therapy, it felt a lot more like surgery than it felt like that I was taking part in me improving myself. And so that's one of the reasons that irregular rate is not very helpful to me as a clutterer, is that Mr. Rogers is one of my heroes, and one of the cool things about Mr. Rogers is that he was able to make a lot of change with a lot of people in a 100% positive way. And one of my beliefs is that you the fast and I went to a large group awareness training. It was called Landmark, and I think that style of business is completely reprehensible, because it's all built on that you build someone up and then tear them down, and then build them up and then tear them down. And that's also the fastest way to change people. So if you if you have to change yourself, and you have to change yourself in like 1 week, then the absolute fastest way to do that is through a sequence of building yourself up and tearing yourself down, and building yourself up and tearing yourself down. The reason that I say that that is reprehensible, especially in the long run, is that it is a very fast and proven way to make change, but it's really, really similar to doing a shock collar with a dog. Most animal, or pretty much all animal trainers right now feel like shock collars are also reprehensible, but a shock collar is the absolute fastest way to get a dog to stop barking. But what animal trainers, what modern animal trainers say is that you can actually do all of the same thing. It just takes a little bit more brain power to impact all of that, to get the dog to stop barking in a completely positive way. And then the benefit is you don't have a dog that's scared for the rest of its life. You've got a dog that's well adjusted emotionally, and well adjusted emotionally, and isn't afraid of everything. And I lost where I was going with that. So I was talking about rate. I was talking about how rate, how I believe that the best way to fix cluttering, because what you want with either your client or your child is that 20 years from now that they are that they have a good job, but that they're able to speak in a way that they can navigate the world with. you you don't necessarily want them to have short-term speech improvements with long-term detriments. And that's where Mr. Rogers and his 100% positive way of impacting change comes in. Is I really, really believe that the best and the most ethical and what we all should be doing is, instead of trying to quickly get clutterers to improve their speech, is to get them to improve their speech in a way that's sustainable, 100% positive, and that builds them up as a person. And right now, if you say to someone, hey, you have an irregular rate, there's not really a great way to frame that in a positive way. I think I try to I'm very, very conscious that I have an irregular rate, and so the thing that I try to do is frame my and I'm not doing it at all in this video, but if I were to be doing a presentation where I was trying to not exhibit cluttering, then what I would do is try to match my super, super fast speech with stories that I'm really excited about and that the person doesn't necessarily have to follow along with, but just realize, oh, hey, Joseph's super passionate about this, and that's why he's speaking at an accelerated rate, and then match my long pauses with things that emotionally would be appropriate for long pauses. And so for me, even though cluttering, even though Ken's definition of an irregular rate is really technically accurate, I think you have to do some kind of really advanced thing like that, and that's more of after you've built like years of foundation before you can try to match your irregular rate in a way that is beneficial. And I also think that because that even though irregular rate, the other problem that I have with the definition of irregular rate is that the first thought that people probably have when they realize, oh, clutterers have an irregular rate is, well, let's fix cluttering by fixing the irregular rate. And I think that's that is really similar to something else that I don't like about cluttering, which is the advice to slow down your speech. So cluttering used to be called tachylalia, or at least there was a book written around like 1900 called Tachylalia, that and tachylalia, if I and it's either that or another word that starts with tac, basically is rapid speech. So cluttering used to be basically the same as rapid speech. And so one of the most harmful things that I've heard about cluttering is the phrase, clutterers don't talk too fast, they just talk too fast for their ability. And I really, 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 really don't like that, because it's basically saying, well, these folks, they want to talk fast, but they just lack the ability to talk fast. And so we need to teach them to slow down because they're just not able to talk fast. And I really don't like that because I don't, I believe that human potential is unlimited, and I don't ever like anything that limits human potential. And I don't like anything where someone says, well, you have this disorder or disability, or even people that aren't disordered or disabled, you're like this group of people, so you so this is inaccessible to you. And so one of the things that I wish that they would have taught me in speech therapy is how to talk fast, but they didn't. They hooked me up to a super embarrassing DAF machine. And when you talk in a DAF machine, let me let me read let me read this so I can give you a fully simulated DAF machine simulation. So here's a sentence I wrote in my notes. Ken St. Louis defines cluttering in terms of rate. I personally don't, even though I do have a complicated rate definition of cluttering. So what the and I'm gonna say that again with in terms of or like simulating if I were hooked up to a DAF machine. And what DAF means is delayed auditory feedback, and that's a way that helps with some speech disorders, and it and someone figured out, oh well, if you hook clutterers up to a DAF machine, then they stop cluttering, but then they also start talking like robots. And anyway, so it's delayed auditory feedback. So it's something like that the signal that you get in your ear is like 200 milliseconds afterwards, and so something about you hearing your own speech naturally kind of slows you down on a DAF machine. And so you, depending on how much the delay is, then you start talking in a really like slow robotic voice. And so let me just simulate this. And I haven't actually talked on a DAF machine for like 7 years. So I'm just pulling this out of my hat. So, okay. So this is how I would this I think is how a DAF machine would sound. Ken St. Louis defines cluttering in terms of rate. I personally don't, even though I do have a complicated rate definition of cluttering. And so that's they hooked me up to the DAF machine. I talked like that, and my cluttering was gone, but then also my personality was gone, my enthusiasm was gone. I sounded like a robot. I sounded so super weird. And I talked to one of the things they say about one of the things that's really common about stuttering is people often say, hey, well, I heard that if you sing when you stutter, then you'll no longer stutter. And even the King's Speech movie, that was the main point about that. And if you everyone has probably met a bunch of people who stutter, and actually there's a whole bunch of like covert people who covertly stutter. And with covert stuttering, then you kind of like disguise that you're stuttering by like using other words, or not saying the sounds that you stutter, or just being quiet all the time. And I was talking to someone who stutters and who has a practice and a YouTube channel about stuttering, and I was asking him about singing, and he gave me he gave me something just really interesting, saying that even even if that did work, which I guess it works for some people, it doesn't work for other people. But even if it did work, then which is weirder? Is it weirder to stutter, which people have heard before, or is it weirder to sing everything, which nobody has ever met anyone that sings everything? And I thought that was a really good point, and very similar to very similar to cluttering and slowing down your speech, and especially with the DAF machine, but in talking with artificially slow speech so that you can not clutter, or so that you cannot do these normal disfluencies. And I actually I had so I wrote my notes on this. Okay, so here's here's something that I had. So I had ChatGPT make a few different analogies about this. This is my this is my analogy is the first one. So I'll give you my first analogy, and then some other non-cluttering analogy. So telling someone with cluttering to just slow down is like prescribing Advil for 80% of medical conditions. Sure, it may temporarily mask the pain, but it does nothing to treat the underlying disease. The speech remains disordered at its core, even when artificially slowed. And then relating using a DAF machine or telling people to slow down their speech is here are a couple other analogies. Telling someone with clinical depression to just think positive thoughts is like saying vitamin C is the cure for all medical health conditions because it boosts your mood. It completely overlooks the complex neurochemical and psychological factors involved. Recommending that someone with chronic fatigue syndrome get more sleep is similar to claiming that ice packs treat all inflammatory conditions because they reduce discomfort without addressing the underlying autoimmune metabolic dysfunction. Telling a person with social anxiety to just be more outgoing parallels suggesting that a glass of wine cures anxiety because it relaxes you, disregarding the deep-seated psychological patterns and physiological responses involved. Advising someone with dyslexia to read more carefully is like saying reading glasses solve all reading disorders because they help you see better, while failing to address the specific neurological processing differences that characterize dyslexia. And I think that's where it really goes back to Dessa Weiss's iceberg, that with cluttering, there's not a magic bullet, and there's never going to be a magic bullet. And part of the reason that I'm really passionate about this is that in my speech therapy at the university, then their best guess as far as a cure for cluttering was the DAF machine. And they basically encouraged me to we use the DAF machine in every single session, trying to get my speech better. And it with my experience that it was really helpful for me to have that experience, but it was really counterproductive to have that be poised as something that could actually help me outside of speech therapy in a significant way, or that slowing down my speech would be a way of actually helping my speech to get better. And something that I found, so I know that's probably what a lot of speech therapists' whole thing about cluttering is currently based on. And so to avoid completely disrupting you, what I have as a recommendation instead is, instead of telling people to slow, or instead of telling clutterers to slow down, then what I recommend is that you tell clutterers to speak at the rate that is most comfortable to their listener, and then have a lot of different people comfortable at a lot of different rates interact with your client or child. And so I had a neighbor, his name was Mr. Cuthbert. He spoke very, 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 very slowly. He's one of the coolest people I've ever met. And the town I come from, New Plymouth, Idaho, it's a really, really small town. It was about 1,000 people. I think it's boomed up to like 1,800 people now. But it's always been a small town. And Mr. Cuthbert would sit on his porch and would watch the traffic. But we were in kind of like a side road, and we could see kind of the main road. It wasn't all that main. It was like one of the 3 alternate roads besides the main road. But I think he called it the main road. And we would sit and we would watch traffic, and he knew enough people in town that he knew like who was in the cars, or he was in the cars. And then when people drove by, he would make comments like, "Oh, I wonder why they're in such a rush today," or, "Oh, it's interesting, it's Tuesday." And but he wouldn't say it that fast. He would say, "Oh, I wonder why they're in such a rush today." And I remember every time I went and hung out with him, even if I was there for like 4 or 5 hours, then he would always say, when I went to leave, he would always say, "Well, you don't have to rush off." And so his speech is very, very very slow, and just kind of naturally, I think because probably because of cluttering, but I'm not really sure why. I really, really like people who speak quickly and in a not cluttered way. Well, I like anyone that speaks quickly, but I am always completely amazed by people that speak very, very fast. And I've noticed that with people that speak very, very fast also are really good at listening very, very fast. And so something that I've noticed is that when I'm speaking with someone who speaks very, very fast, then I can speak as fast as I want, and they'll still be able to catch up because they just process language faster, is my guess. Where if I speak really, really fast with someone like Mr. Cuthbert, then there's a much, much higher chance that he's not going to be able to follow me, or that my speaking style is so much different than his that it's more difficult to understand. And so that's why I think telling clutterers to speak at the rate that their conversation partner is speaking at is way, 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 way more effective than just telling them to slow down, because telling them to slow down or telling them that they have an irregular rate is basically like insulting, I feel, where it is appropriate in some contexts to speak very, very slowly, like talking to Mr. Cuthbert, or in certain parts of your presentation where you really need to make a slow point, where talking very, very fast is also very appropriate in certain contexts, like if it's an emergency or if your conversation partner is also speaking very fast, or if it's something that everyone is really, really excited about. And so matching, developing in Clutters the ability to match rates is a way to just very, very naturally teach what you're trying to do with just telling them to slow down. And it's also a very Mr. Rogers 100% positive tactic of doing something that completely builds someone, where just telling someone, hey, your speech is broken. The only solution that we know for you is to slow down. So you need to slow down and talk in this super robotic voice because you're fundamentally broken. And the only thing that we have for you is slow speech. So when someone, anytime someone tells me, hey, clutterers should slow down or clutterers should reduce their rate, that's what I feel like that they're saying. And a much better way of doing that is teaching clutterers to match rates. And like I said, I really wish that in speech therapy they had taught me how to talk fast, but they didn't teach me how to talk fast. Saying, okay, well, Joseph, it looks like you really enjoy speaking fast, so let's build up your skills so that you can speak fast and legibly. Instead of what happened of saying, oh, well, we heard that the cure for we heard that the best thing or the closest thing to fixing cluttering is slowing down, so let's focus everything on slowing down. Okay, so next topic is, how do I feel about cluttering? And let me read this off. For me, most of the times I don't notice it unless I focus on it. So how I feel about my actual speech is that I have to keep reminding myself that I'm a clutterer. Otherwise, my speech gets really disjointed. For cluttering related stuff, I'm really proud of that I've helped a ton of people. Hundreds of parents have told me, hey, thanks for all of the stuff you said about cluttering. It gave me a lot of hope and useful stuff to my child. And that's been like one of the coolest things in my life, is when I've posted something online saying, hey, well, here's a technique that has really helped me with my speech. And a parent is like, whoa, hey, I tried this with my kid and it helped out a lot. And anyway, that's one of the things that I feel most proud of. And because I actually can't remember that there's anything wrong with my speech besides when I try to keep it in my head so that I can help to contribute to the cluttering body of research and share my experience, then then how I feel about cluttering is kind of that I don't feel about cluttering. Like I know in the past that people have I know in the past that I have probably missed out on opportunities because of my speech, but back then I didn't actually connect that because I didn't know that my speech was any different than anyone else's. And so by the time I was able to connect it, I had developed enough tools to be able to be good at my job and connect with people and talk with people, that even when my speech now is a roadblock for something, then it's not the first or the second or the third thing that I connect as being the roadblock. I connect other stuff. And so that's a really, really common survey question. I just did a survey, and I think like 20% of the survey was about like my feeling about cluttering. And basically my feeling about cluttering is nothing unless I keep reminding myself of it. And then when I remind myself of it, then I am then in the past, what I've done is posted online about like helpful tips or answered people's questions or help people realize, hey, well, you just got diagnosed with cluttering. It's not the end of the world. I got diagnosed 30 years ago, and it's okay. And so either I don't think anything about it, or I am in a mode where I am trying to help people. And so that's kind of my feeling and my experience with my speech disorder. And I want to talk about about the phrase "person who clutters," and let me read this. Let me read this that I wrote. I said, I always use clutterer versus person who clutters, and that's technically not true because I have said that at least 4 times in this so far. But the technical truth is I prefer to never say person who clutters, and in writing I never say person who clutters. Anyway, so I always use clutterer versus person who clutters. I am not a person who clutters. What is clutter in regards to speech anyway? And by that I mean the stuttering disfluency is a stutter. The cluttering disfluencies are repetitions, revisions, interjections, and telescoping. And you can say that you could say that clutter is the 4 normal disfluencies of repetitions, revisions, interjections, and telescoping. But then if you define clutter as those 4 normal disfluencies, then person who clutters is technically 100% of persons. And so person who clutters is the exact same as person. So back to what I wrote, I said that I believe person who clutters shows a fundamental misunderstanding of cluttering and is a lazy way of reusing speech terminology that means a ton to the stuttering community, but for me is completely meaningless and a little insulting. Why is this meaningful to people who stutter? Because the speech disorder is not part of them. Why is this insulting to me? Because the speech disorder is part of my brain and literally who I am. And let me explain about stuttering and why person who stutters is so important to the stuttering community. So someone who stutters knows exactly what they're going to say, but their mouth or their speech production will not work with what they want to say. So someone who is stuttering is not stuttering because they don't know what they want to say. They're stuttering because they can't produce the speech reliably to say what they want to say. And so the word stutter is really, really insulting to people who stutter because, and not to everyone who stutters, but to a huge percentage of people who stutter. So if you go on to like the stuttering, if you go onto the stuttering Reddit and use the word stutterer, then that is going to be just extremely insulting and rude to say something like that. And the reason why is about this speech production thing, that it's stuttering is not a core part of their personality, or at least 95%, or probably 98% of the people who stutter that I've talked to believe that, hey, well, stuttering is like stuttering is the same as if if my hand got chopped off, then I wouldn't necessarily define myself by having a chopped off hand. I would still be I would still be I would still be me. And so if you define me in terms of having a chopped off hand, then that feels inauthentic, because I am a person who happens to not be able to produce speech. I know what I want to say, but I just can't physically say it. And so that's why the phrase "person who stutters" means so much to so many people who have the stuttering speech disorder. Where with cluttering, and I need to explain this because I realized that in my 20s and 30s, when I was working on when I was first realizing and first working on my speech in earnest, that my cluttering was very, very connected to how I thought. And so because my cluttering is so connected to how I thought, I was actually very concerned about getting rid of my cluttering, because I really liked the way that I thought. And if I didn't care how I thought, and my number one goal was just to have fluid speech, then what I could have done is focus just on my speech and not care about preserving the way that I thought. But I really liked the way that I thought, and the way that I thought was more important than anything else to me, to preserve the good parts about how I thought. And so I felt like that was my biggest conflict about speech, is I felt like I could improve my speech faster, but if I improve my speech faster than I'm improving it, then I will lose a very core part of my identity, because how I speak is very, very connected to how I think. How my brain is wired is very, very connected to my speech production. And again, going back to Dessa Weiss's iceberg, that basically my brain is this huge iceberg with a whole bunch of different things. And instead of me rewiring my brain willy-nilly just to get better speech production, what was more important to me was to fully understand my brain, so that as I rewired my brain so that I could speak better, that I didn't lose the parts of my brain that I really, really like. And as far as I can tell, people who stutter have never gone through that thing. People who stutter don't have the conflict that, hey, this stuttering is a core part of my identity and a core part of who I am. And if I get rid of my stuttering, then I will lose who I am. Where I, as a clutterer, felt that to a very, very intense degree. And that's why I don't use the phrase "person who clutters," because I am me, and cluttering is a part of me, and it's a part of my brain. My brain is wired in I believe, a very unique way. And I have to say that I have to go back to that I am unique. Not all clutterers are like me, and Also, like I said, I don't think that there's any one clutter exactly like me, and so I actually don't know what percentage of adults with the cluttering speech disorder feel like me, where that their cluttering is a part of them, and it's really difficult to separate out how I think from how I speak. I am if I were to guess, I would guess that it's about 70-30, that 70% of people are like me, and that 30% of folks with the cluttering speech disorder are like people with the stuttering speech disorder. And then especially when there is a stuttering cluttering crossover, which, since there are a lot of people who first get diagnosed or misdiagnosed, like Rutger Wilhelm with stuttering, and then go into the and then get re-diagnosed with the cluttering speech disorder. Then especially that I believe that that's going to be a big portion of that. It could be that 100% of people are with the cluttering speech disorder like me. I know it's a significant amount, because otherwise there would be a much higher percentage of people that innately become aware of their cluttering speech disorder without having to get diagnosed like I did, or without having to have someone else point out their speech to them. I believe those two things are very, very connected. I believe those things are very, very, very connected. So I wrote a couple of things that you can say instead of person with, or person who clutters. I drastically prefer person with cluttering over person who clutters. But just I feel like the whole acronym of PWC is completely wrong and completely broken, and should be like that's one of the first things, maybe as important as stop telling clutters to slow down as a magic bullet. So here are some alternate things you can say. Person with the cluttering speech disorder, clutterer, but I recommend that before calling someone a clutterer, that you figure out what they want to that they want to say. So I personally try to not call other clutterers as clutterers unless they say that word first. And what I usually say, or what I usually try to say, is that I have cluttering. So someone that has cluttering, and then another way of looking at it is that, so I believe that the whole PWC, person with, or person who clutters, is just a very, very lazy way of reusing stuttering phrases. So, and cluttering and stuttering really should be looked at as two different things. So, for example, you don't say a person who ADHDs. So it doesn't really make sense to say a person who clutters. And so I find that really, really helpful about, like, how would you describe another non-speech disorder and someone with that non-speech disorder? How would you, and then especially, and you wouldn't say a person who autisms with, and autism for me is really, really similar, because with autism, there's a big debate about person first. Usually all of the person first language with autism is not from the autistic people. Only I think I saw a survey and only 5 to 10% of autistic people prefer person first, where about 95% of autistic people prefer to say, "Hey, I'm autistic," because with autism, it's very similar to it's very ingrained in their identity, and that's the way that cluttering is for me. Is that cluttering is ingrained in my identity, and so that's why it's insulting to say that I'm a person who clutters, because you're separating out my identity from who I am. And if you're just doing that without first checking with me to see how I feel about it, then I think that's super insensitive and just not good at all. And to the speech therapists, with a little kid's not actually going to be able to process that, and even an adult is going to take weeks or like a month or two to be able to formulate an opinion enough to be able to decide what they want to be called, and if they feel like cluttering is like me and ingrained inside of their thought patterns, or if cluttering or if their cluttering disorder is more an external annoying thing like stuttering is. And a phrase that is used very often in autism is "don't talk about us without us." And so that's my advice, is to ask someone who has the cluttering disorder, "Hey, tell me how you want to tell me how you want me to talk about this." And then also know that, especially if it's their first, especially if they just found out that they have the cluttering speech disorder, or if they're in therapy and making rapid progress, that potentially could change month to month as they understand their brain better and they understand why they have a speech disorder. Okay, so I want to go back to the Yahoo group that I was doing, and I was really excited about the Yahoo group. And this when I was diagnosed with cluttering, I didn't realize I was autistic also, and it was it was I remember about the time I was diagnosed with cluttering, I read this thing about autism, and I was thinking, oh well, am I autistic? And I read through, and with everything on that list, I thought, oh no, that's not me, no, that's not me, and no, that's not me, no, that's not me, no, that's not me. And then I don't remember what it was, and a lot has been learned about autism since then. So it may have just been that the definition of autism has evolved since then, which it definitely has with the DSM-5. But I had it was about I had been doing the Yahoo group and just very intensely focused on my speech and public speaking, and merging those two together and learning as much as I could about both of them. And then I remember going onto Wikipedia and reading the autism article again, and I had the exact opposite approach, or the exact opposite experience, where this time with the list, I read through the list, and every single thing I realized, oh, that's me. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's me. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I am probably autistic. And the reason that shook me and kind of shook me to my core is it goes back to the Dessa Weiss book. So Dessa Weiss had a group of about 13 clutterers, and he was and he noticed that they all kind of had the same personality. And so he was really excited about defining a like cluttering personality, and he talked about it a little bit, but not very much. His book's a really technical book, but he talked about it on about one page, and I was thinking. I was thinking about that, and as I posted on the Yahoo group, I was posting a lot about like my personality, because I felt like that my personality was very connected into cluttering. As I've mentioned, my brain wiring is connected into cluttering, and I was sharing as much as I could with that on the Yahoo group. And when I read, and I thought I was basically developing on a really good theory that Dessa Weiss had, that a certain personality type of people developed cluttering, and that I was just part of that same personality type. And the few people with cluttering that I had corresponded with in more like outside of the Yahoo group, I just felt a personality connection with, and so I was very interested in what that personality was, and I felt like I was kind of continuing Dessa Weiss's research by explaining about my personality and what parts of my personality I felt contributed to cluttering. And the reason that realizing that autism shook me is that a huge portion of, or a huge part of myself that is autistic, is what I felt like was this cluttering personality that I was working on defining, and that and I felt like I had made a lot of progress toward, but I realized that it was since I didn't know that I was autistic, that I was confounding a lot of autism with cluttering. And as I said before, there are a lot of autistic people that also have cluttering, but then there are many more autistic people who don't have cluttering, and there are probably about as many autistic people that are very well spoken and completely non-disfluent as there are disfluent clutterers in the autism community. And so my thinking on this now is that there isn't actually a cluttering personality, that many different things can cause cluttering, but that there is an autism personality because I've noticed that there is a much I've noticed that with pretty much every autistic person that I've met, I say, oh, that person is me, and we share something very profound with us. Where with cluttering, I don't have that same personality connection. We connect through that our speech is more disfluent, but not necessarily our personalities. And so So I didn't that took me like 18 years, I think, to piece that together. But when I first realized that what I was describing may not actually be cluttering, but what I was describing what I was describing was a huge portion of autism, I stopped posting and really withdrew to think through, hey, well, what part of me is cluttering and what part of me is autism, and how is it that I can talk effectively about cluttering with how I see all of this, and how, and anyway, for years, I just struggled with that, trying to figure out how I can talk about cluttering when all of my thoughts about cluttering had been confounded with autism. And I think part of what I did is I got really involved in the online autism community, and I had that same experience where I described my experience. I said, well, as an autistic person, then then this helps me, this helps me, this helps me, and tons of with autism, it was more autistic people saying, hey, that helped me, but it was also a lot of autistic parents saying, hey, well, thanks for all of the great advice. I'll definitely do that to help my kid. And so about 6 years ago, I started getting back into cluttering, and Sister Mary Carroll has a Facebook cluttering group, which is awesome, and it's one of the best cluttering support, or it's the best cluttering support group out there right now. It's really cool that she's that when the Yahoo group went away, then this Facebook group Facebook group came into being, and it's a really cool Facebook group that helps out a lot of both parents and parents of people who have cluttering, and kids. And adults too. So both clutterers and parents of clutterers. So I made about, I think, 15 YouTube videos on cluttering and different like techniques and stuff about cluttering back then, and I contributed to the Facebook group for quite a while. And then I stopped again. I stopped because I realized what I've been saying is that my experience with cluttering is not other people's experience with cluttering. And it took me like 5 years for me to finally figure out how to talk about it. That might sound weird, but basically I finally figured out, if I am just open and transparent about everything, and if I don't ever make the connection saying, well, this is me, and so this is me, and I clutter because of this, and so that means that anyone else that does this is also cluttering. So that's what I was doing, and actually it's my therapist who taught me that, the skill, and is the reason that I'm returning to talking about it, is that she, when I first went to her, she's a hypnotherapist, and I went to her because I went to her initially because I was afraid of hypnotherapy and I wanted to get over all of my fears. and that was one of my biggest fears. So I booked an appointment with a hypnotherapist, and she's really cool. She got over she helped me get over my fear on the first session, and then she ended up being a really good regular therapist too. And so I've kept going to her, and I'm almost I think next month I will have been going to her for a year. And one of the things that I did is I posted online something about, hey, well, I learned this in therapy and I think it's really good for everyone else. And I shared it with her, expecting her to be like proud of me, because I was also like pumping. I was also like saying, hey, well, my therapist is awesome. It was kind of the main point of my post, and so I thought that would be a really nice thing for her to read. But instead, she realized something more profound than just me saying something positive about her, which she said, Joseph, just because something works for you doesn't mean that it works for anyone else. And I've referred a few of my friends to her, and something that's really cool about her is that with every one of her clients, from what my friends have told me about how she works and how she's described like her process, what she does is completely customized therapy for each person. And so me saying, hey, I learned this in therapy. Everyone who's similar to me should do the exact same thing. That's why she was like, whoa, Joseph. What works for you works for you, but that's not necessarily going to work for other people. And I thought about that concept, and that concept is really profound. And I've tried to apply that concept in a whole bunch of places in my life. And I realized that's also the way that I can balance everything and be what I want to. That's the way for me to start talking about cluttering again, is that my experience and my background and my reason for having the cluttering speech disorder is completely different than every other person's. And what works for me is going to be completely different than everyone else. But if I share that as an example and I'm very honest and transparent about it, then other people can look at me and say, oh, Joseph, you're a clutterer because of this and this. It's not me. And your solution to, or your thing that worked was this and this, and that wouldn't work for me. But in me understanding your example and hearing about your example, then I'm able to think through my experience with cluttering better because I've heard your example, and I'm able to come up with techniques that work for me because I've heard your techniques. And so that's the line that before I was crossing a lot, and that's the line that I've decided that I need to not cross anymore. That just because something works for me doesn't mean that it works for other people. Or and I guess the same thing, like slowing down speech could potentially work for some people, and that could potentially be valuable. I still think it's one of the most horrible cluttering methods of trying to slow down speech, even though I do think hooking someone up to a DAF machine for 2 sessions is a really good experience. But I think more than that, unless it's actually something that they are craving, I wouldn't do it more. I wouldn't do it for more than 2 sessions. Oh, and speaking of DAF machines, something that's way better than a DAF machine is those studio headphones and a like professional like soundboard thing, because one of the reasons that radio personalities sound like radio personalities is that they have a very slight delay, not as bad as the DAF delay, but they have a very slight delay, so that when you're talking and you're in a recording studio and have headphones on, you get a little bit of a delay so that it improves your speech, but not so much of a delay that you sound like a robot. And so one way of getting people to improve their speech is to say, hey, let's, and you can basically do the same DAF thing without having to say what I feel is the insulting thing of, hey, you need to slow down your speech, is to say, hey, we've got this set up like a radio announcer, and today we're going to teach you to talk like a radio announcer. So put these on. It's got a it's not put these on, and you're going to talk like a radio announcer. We don't want you talking like a robot like you did with the DAF machine. We want you talking with as much enthusiasm and emotion and excitement as possible. And then use that. And radio announcers never talk super fast. They're always, or and I'm including any like radio personality or even people like Joe Rogan who are just like professional podcasters. Like they all have that setup where it's just a teeny tiny delay that really accentuates your speech. And I don't even know if those soundboards have a delay thing in it. It's just like the natural delay of hearing your own voice through the headphones that naturally makes you speak a lot better and more exciting than you would without that. And so so anyway, as far as slowing down your speech for advice for speech therapists, then I recommend 2 and only 2 DAF sessions, just to say, hey, well, look, this because the biggest thing that DAF did to me is it really helped with that self-monitoring thing, because since I could hear my voice and I could hear my voice with a 2-second delay, it really helped to solidify self-monitoring. So DAF did nothing to slow down my speech in real life. DAF did nothing to give me actual like tangible skills directly related to the DAF, but it did help me to build self-awareness, and it helped me to talk like a robot. And I guess my skill is so profound that I'm still able to talk like a robot, even because I did that earlier in the video. So anyway, 6 years ago I stopped posting, and the other reason I stopped posting is because my goal was to get like really big in YouTube. My little brother's a semi-famous YouTuber. He's got about like 280,000 subscribers, and I kind of wanted to see if I could catch up to him. And I realized that I just don't have the personality for it, or maybe not personality, but one of the things that professional YouTubers like Ramsey, and you guys should subscribe to his channel. It's Ramsey Dewey, and he's a mixed martial artist, YouTuber, trainer, coach, and I am not ever interested in even punching anyone, and I am just really fascinated with his really cool, interesting content. So he's really great, even if you're not interested in fighting. So something, and I was talking to him one time when I think I was in China, and we were brainstorming about a video we could make together. And I've always found LARP just really interesting, and I pitched him an idea that was kind of like making fun of LARP people. That's live action role playing, like the people that dress up in medieval knight armor and then like play fight with plastic swords. So and actually a lot of the swords aren't plastic; they're just non-lethal, very good replicas. So I was kind of dismissively suggesting a video idea that would mock these people, and Ramsey said, "Oh no, we actually I've got a huge portion of my fan base that are LARP people," and that was the biggest thing that I remember. But also, also a few other ideas that I pitched to him. He just had this level of awareness about how to describe stuff in a non-offensive way that that I think that he built up through building up his YouTuber, but I realized that I'm just not to that level, and so I actually took a step back, like way back, and I started posting on Reddit with my main goal of trying to become a nicer person, to where I wouldn't fight with people on the internet, and that everything that I was saying on the internet was positive and reinforcing, because that's like I said, Mr. Rogers is my hero, and I wanted to like my theory is that change, and very rapid change, can happen, and it can happen in a 100% positive way. And I'm trying to build my whole life around that theory, and I stopped YouTubing because I realized that, especially with negative comments, I didn't have like a defense mechanism for negative comments, and I didn't really get any negative comments. Well, I've gotten a few like negative comments on purpose. One of the things with cluttering speech disorder is that we're really bad at pitch and tone, especially like varying pitch and tone and varying loudness. Me thinking that I was talking too quietly and that speech therapy would help that was actually very very spot on. But actually, my speech therapy didn't actually help me very much with loudness or pitch, and that's a speech therapy idea that I have, that of something that would have helped me out a ton, is if I would if during speech therapy if during speech therapy there were some exercises where the speech therapist modeled talking very quietly and then talking very loudly. And now I can do it just because I've been working on it for 30 years. But back then, something like varying volume was completely inaccessible to me. And now I am really bad at like I can do quiet and I can do loud, but I can't really do like reduce your volume by 10%, increase your volume by 10%. That's insanely hard for me to be able to do. So anyway, that's all background on why I stopped posting about cluttering, and I'm going to start posting about cluttering again. Something that and it's getting dark, so let me turn on the light again. So now my head is shiny. I wonder if I can. Okay, that didn't work, I guess. Okay, so anyway, thanks to anyone who is still listening. I know this is a little bit long, and actually I was thinking beforehand that this would only be about 2 hours, but and that would be the longest that I've ever talked before. But now I've talked before on my own to myself. So this is a really cool like stretch thing, because like I said, up until I was about 33, I wouldn't have been able to string more than 3 sentences together. And so me being able to talk for hours like this is just really cool, because most of my life I had a whole bunch of stuff inside of myself that I couldn't actually get outside of myself. And then when I learned to write and I learned to talk, I learned more about writing, and I totally developed the skill of writing. And so it's still relatively new for me to be able to talk over an extended period of time. And that's actually really, really related to some other stuff, because I am starting this project where I integrate AI analysis into what I'm integrating AI analysis into myself a lot more. And I've noticed that most I've been trying to get people comfortable with AI, and of the like 20 or 30 people that I have talked to about this, then most people don't really use AI except for maybe to like as a Google replacement. And then the people that do use AI use AI for use AI externally. But I actually believe that the best and one of the most futuristic uses of AI that we can do now is to use AI to improve ourselves. So currently, people are using AI to write an email for work, or to help to write a paper, or to do a test, or to make a recipe, or like external uses of AI. And I believe that one that the way to get an AI breakthrough is to not use AI externally, but to use AI internally. And one of the super cool things about my therapist, she's not a very technical person, and she describes herself as completely not technical at all. And I asked her, hey, can I record our sessions, or transcribe our sessions? I use Google Live Transcribe to transcribe our therapy sessions. And I told her, hey, well, I've been using AI, and I'd like to take our transcript of our AI therapy sessions and then analyze it so that I can get like additional insights and stuff. And at first I was just doing it because I was a cheapskate. She charges $100 an hour, which a lot of stuff is really cheap. So that's really inexpensive for a just super high level therapist like she is. But compared to other services in Thailand, like a 1 hour massage costs $7 in Thailand, and so I was kind of reeling from the sticker shock of the $100 an hour. And so initially my reason for asking her that was saying, well, if I do the transcript, and then if I do this transcript and then analyze it through AI, then I can basically get 2 sessions for the price of one by afterwards like reanalyzing the transcript. And then and so at first I was just doing that to be a cheapskate, but then the more that I did it, the more that I analyzed myself through these therapy transcripts, the faster I was able to heal in therapy. And I really feel like that where I am now as compared to 1 year ago, that without my therapist, and especially without my therapist letting me do AI assisted therapy using her transcripts, and then having AI both analyze her and then analyze myself and make very customized suggestions for me based on things that as an example of something that I would do is say, okay, well, based on I've got this problem that I want to solve, and then I feed like the last like 7 transcripts into my therapy session and say, okay, well, based on this problem, give me an analysis of how I'm feeling and what the dynamics are about me, and then also analyze my therapist and say, and give me insights on how she would tell me to solve that problem. And so the therapy or the AI, using AI on therapy with her, basically allows me to have like a version of her that is available in between sessions, and then also to very, very deeply and profoundly understand me, because I can go back and forth with AI and what AI understands me from what I've said in the therapy transcripts. And the therapy transcripts are just very, very deeply personal stuff, and the stuff that I'm struggling with the most, and that kind of thing, and really help me to understand things in terms of how she would suggest things. And something that I really believe about AI is that it is unethical to use AI to replace jobs. I think that AI should be used to create jobs. I do not think that AI should be used to replace jobs. And I started my career about the same time as the internet boom, and in a lot of ways, the AI boom is similar to the internet boom. With the internet, then a lot of people lost their jobs and eventually had to transition over to other jobs. And it's the same with AI. AI is going to render certain jobs obsolete, but unlike the internet, then we can use AI to retrain the people before they lose their jobs if their jobs are going to be lost. And we can use AI to predict what is going to happen to people's jobs, where with the internet, we couldn't do that. And so with the internet, people had to lose their jobs and had to be displaced. And with AI and the AI renaissance that I predict is going to happen, or is going to start about 1 year from now, is that we can both predict what jobs are going to be lost, and we can use AI to start retraining people. And what is something that we can do with AI is not only with the internet, then initially until the internet was out for about like 10 years, it only really accentuated and built up a small portion of people. Now everyone uses the internet to think faster and do things faster. But back then it was just a small amount of techies that were taking advantage of that, where with AI, that's something that can be available to everyone, and we don't have to go through the same job loss. And also with AI, there's a lot more job creation potential. And the thing that I believe that AI can do is accentuate people's thoughts and accentuate people's brains. And I don't know if I made my point with this, but with my processes, with my AI processes with my therapist, then I believe that I've gotten about 100 years of therapy benefit in only 12 months. And the reason that I mentioned that is I very, very carefully analyze and map out my brain. I'm just very interested in how my brain works. As I have mentioned, that how my brain is wired is really important to me and a core part of who I am. And that's why I call myself a clutterer. And so I feel like I was able to very, very accurately map out that, okay, over the next decades, I'll get better at this, I'll get better at this, I'll get better at this. And so it was really, really weird. It was really, really weird because I, about like 3 months ago, I started realizing, oh, I didn't think that this level of me dealing with stuff and progressing with stuff would even be possible in my lifetime. And so that's why now I'm estimating it at 100 years. And I think that with AI getting better, that after 1 more year of working with my therapist, then I'll be saying that I have gotten 1,000 years of benefit from my therapist by using AI assisted therapy. In only 2 years of working with her. And so that's something that I'm really, really passionate about, and something that. Oh, and I don't know if I made my point. I was talking about people being scared of, or people being nervous about AI and not really knowing. So I'll go back to that so that I hopefully have I've got another point that I want to make first. So Kathy Scaler Scott told me that I am the Temple Grandin of cluttering, and I don't know if you know who Temple Grandin is. She's a autistic person. She was one of the she did a bunch of brain scans, and she has a bunch of like TED Talks about autism, and she always talks about how her how the MRI of her brain shows the very, very unique brain wiring. And she has she's written a bunch of different books. She's worked with a lot of universities to do like brain scans about and she's autistic. I don't know if I said that, but she's one of the first autistic people that has and I think she still continues to this day to talk about, hey, well, this is me. I'm trying to explain everything about me so that you can learn as much as you can about autism by studying me. And at first I didn't think that was much of a compliment, because Temple Grandin in a lot of ways is weird and quirky, and in more of a weird than quirky way. But she is really, really cool and super, super smart, and is a really, really cool role model to me too. But I realized that I'm the Temple Grandin in just one way. I'm the Temple Grandin of cluttering, in that I've tried to make myself the most visible example of cluttering, and I've tried to explain as much of my personal story as possible, which is what Temple Grandin has been. As far as being the Temple Grandin of actually making resources and publishing like professional stuff and working with university researchers, then Rutger Wilhelm is the Temple Grandin in that. And so it's kind of like both Rutger and I are the Temple Grandins, but in their own way. I'm the Temple Grandin of cluttering, as far as being able to communicate and verbalize my personal experience, and then Rutger's the guy that does. I read all the books that were available back 30 years ago, and now there's and Rutger's the one that's read all of the books that have been available today, and now there are about like 50 times more books available now than there were then, and so he's the one that has put together just a whole bunch of really, really cool professional resources. And really made the connection between the cluttering community and the academic community, where with me, I've tried to just be more of an just more putting myself out there and trying to give myself as my example, and Temple Grandin does both of those. And so that's why this video is so long. And also I edited one video once. It was kind of just a funny. It was kind of just a funny video. But if you look at my YouTube channel, then I have pretty much no editing on my video, and that's on purpose. And the purpose for that initially has been for cluttering, because I wanted people to be able to see exactly my speech and my speech patterns, and how and get a completely raw, unedited version of me. So that has been my reason for doing it, but I decided to keep doing that for AI because the biggest thing about the biggest thing about the AI of the future is what well the reason that I'm not going to edit my videos now, and at least for the next year, is that I am trying to produce as much AI consumable content as possible, because I am trying to get into an AI feedback loop. And I'll explain that more about that with the other videos. But basically, this is similar to the AlphaGo or AlphaZero philosophy. They Go is one of my favorite games. It's the ancient Chinese board game, and for quite a while they thought that computers could never beat humans in Go, and so when computers beat humans in Go, it was a huge thing, and it was AlphaGo. It was a Google side business, DeepMind, that developed the AI that could do that. And then after they developed AlphaGo, then the next thing they did was develop AlphaZero. And AlphaGo was trained on a gazillion different things, and then machine reinforcement learning. And with AlphaZero, then they actually didn't train it on any human games. They only trained it on itself. So they taught it the rules, and then the first few games that it played were completely bad. But then after they iterated on it trillions and trillions of times, then they made AlphaZero to be actually even more powerful than AlphaGo, and in a small proportion of the time, and they did that through a AI feedback loop. And so what I've realized is that creating AI consumable content, which is stuff like which is basically anything that can be easily converted into text, like in YouTube, with YouTube videos, it's really easy to download the transcript with a add-on, or Notebook LM is a Google product that within that extracts the transcript of that, and then basically with me talking like this, then I can take this and put it into AI, and then have AI analyze this, and then use the AI analysis for my next video, and then basically through that of me producing content, then have AI analyze it, then me producing more content, it goes into a feedback loop, and then potentially when I have more than the 600 subscribers that I have, and there are more people taking and making comments on my content, then that becomes a much wider feedback loop. And my theory is that that's one of the ways to very, very rapidly develop with AI. So anyway, back to Temple Grandin, is that I'm trying to live up to Kathy saying that I'm the Temple Grandin of cluttering. I can't do MRI. Well, I probably could do MRI scans, but I don't know how useful they would be. And I kind of feel like that one of the reasons I don't completely identify with Temple Grandin as a I identify with her as an autistic person, but she's kind of on the opposite end of the autistic spectrum from me, and I feel like if I were to hook up my brain to an MRI, which I'm probably going to do in a month or two, but I don't feel like I'm going to find something really spectacular like she was able to find with her brain. I think that hooking up my brain to an MRI is it's probably mostly so that I can make sure that I don't have brain cancer or something like that. But but basically, I don't think that my Temple Grandin contribution to cluttering is through my MRI brain scans. I believe it's through me sharing my experience, and so that's why that's a big part of why I'm not editing these videos, and I won't be editing videos in the future either. Is that I want to show people all of me, including all of my disfluent parts of me. Okay, so let me read this since I think it's a decent conclusion to my Temple Grandin part. What is remarkable and why I'm like Temple is that I'm probably the person who has cluttering, who has spent the most amount of my time for the most number of years very intensely thinking about cluttering. I was diagnosed with cluttering around 1995, and so I've spent literally 30 years fully examining my brain and trying to understand why my speech is disjointed and the connection between those. Okay, so my last thing that I want to end with is a few different ideas, mostly to parents, who have had their kids diagnosed with cluttering, because I think that's what that's most of people who are looking for answers about cluttering, and the something that I really like is the parenting with love and logic philosophy. And with one of the I took a parent, I don't have any kids, but I took the parenting with love and logic class, and it was one of the best things that I've ever taken. Like I totally recommend it to everyone and anyone. And one of the things they said in that class is that kids don't do what you tell them to do. Kids look at you and what they think you're trying to do, and then that's what they do. And so basically their whole point is that the parenting with love and logic's whole point is that your kids won't do what you tell them to do. So they won't say, if you tell them eat your vegetables, they're not going to do it. But if they see you eating your vegetables, and if they see you doing that in an excited way, then they will follow it. And maybe vegetables may not be a really good example of that. And actually, with my ex-girlfriend's grandson, then I tried that. I tried the parenting with love and logic, and I said, "Oh, I'm so super excited for vegetables today. I'm just really excited for my vegetables," because that's one of the things they say in parenting with love and logic is to project that before, so to give the kid some excitement about or some to give them a signal to start watching you, to model you, and then you have to be sincere. If you actually hate your vegetables, you're going to non-verbally express it, and the kid's going to pick up on that. And I happen to like vegetables. I just in testing out this parenting with love and logic thing, I didn't I normally keep my love of vegetables to myself, but in testing it out, I just very loudly and enthusiastically for about like 20 20 minutes before, like gave hints about it, and then I made some vegetables and I think it was green peas, and gave a bowl to everyone, and I just very excitedly ate my green peas, and this kid was and it totally worked. This kid was totally modeling me. And I could tell that he had the exact same excitement, and then he got a spoon. So I got a spoonful, and I got a spoonful and ate it with just happiness and excitement. And he exactly modeled me. He got a spoonful and he put it in his mouth with happiness and excitement. And then when he tasted it, I could tell the look of confusion, thinking, Joseph must be crazy because these don't actually taste all that good. So, but it was just really, really interesting that even with not having all that, even with my first experience trying that modeling thing, that it totally worked. And since then, I have noticed that that's actually how people learn and people process and people change. Like, you can change people by telling them what to do, but that is really, really ineffective, and usually it doesn't last very long. And so my number one advice to parents of kids with cluttering is to model the process of getting excited about improving your own speech to your children. And when I've told this to parents in the past, they've said, well, I'm not the one with the speech problem. It's my kid that has the speech problem. So I need to focus on figuring out how to get no, I don't need to work on my speech. It's my kid that needs to work on their speech. And it's really, really the exact same thing with parenting and love and logic, and that's what actually results in clutterers being self-conscious about their speech, is when someone else says, hey, well, my speech is good, but you're the one with the speech problems. And one of the reasons that I spent so much time talking about normal disfluencies and that every single person has them is that even if you're a parent of a child and your speech is absolutely perfect, then you still use normal disfluencies and you're still not self-monitoring, and you're still doing the 4 normal disfluencies of repetition, revision, interjection, and telescoping every single day. You're even if your speech is like 99 percentile, you're still doing at least 20 of those every single day. And so no matter how good your speech is, you can get your speech to be better. And most people don't know how to do self-monitoring and even like that self-monitoring about your own speech, so that you can figure out what where your own speech is lacking. And that's something that speech language pathologists, like all of the speech language pathologists that I've met, are just awesome at this modeling thing. That speech language pathologists, as part of going to school for 4 years with speech, have very, very profoundly spent a whole bunch of time practicing and playing the client in role modeling, and a whole bunch of other ways where they have spent at least 4 or 6 or 8 years of personally improving their speech. And so every single speech pathologist that I've met is just awesome at modeling their speech. And that's my advice to parents, is to get excited to, before the very, very first thing you do, before you have your kids do any techniques that they learned from the speech therapist, is first of all figure out, okay, how can I get excited about my own speech? Because it's going to be way, 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 way more powerful if you say to your child, hey, look, I have a goal of improving my speech, and I want you to have that same goal because you just got diagnosed with this cluttering speech disorder. So let's work on our speech together. I have a lot of things that I have learned because I'm reading this public speaking book and I want to be good at public speaking. And maybe you can try some of those too. And then because I want to be good at public speaking, then maybe I can try some of the things that you're learning in therapy. And it's going to be just so much powerful if you and your child both improve your speech together, rather than if you do the thing of saying, hey, you're broken, you need to be fixed, you need to eat your vegetables by you working on your speech. It's just so much more powerful to say, hey, look, I want to work on my speech, and I want us to have a family value where we're a family that works on our speech together. So let's do this together, and we'll all improve our speech together. That's just so powerful, and my absolute number one recommendation for parents. My number two recommendation, which is kind of similar, and I mentioned it kind of already, is that kids want to become Mr. Beast, or at least like I've seen some surveys that the number one career choice when I was a kid, especially when I was a young kid, was to become a firefighter, and then when I was in college, then the number one choice was to become an engineer because engineers made a lot of money. But now when they do that survey, then I think the number one choice is YouTuber, and then the number two choice is video game designer, and YouTuber or influencer, and there are lots and lots of ways that you can help your kids to become influencers. Like even if they're too young to have an online presence, you can make videos that you share with your family of your kids, helping them to practice to become influencers. And like I said, the methods for public speaking and the methods for becoming a influential YouTuber are really connected to what makes really good cluttering therapy and cluttering exercises to help to make your speech to be better. And so I recommend starting off by asking your child, hey, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? And then a lot of your kids are going to say influencers, but and if they do say influencers, then you can be like, oh, okay, great. Let's make a video right now, and And I actually wanted to make a video too, because I want to work on my speech, and this is a great way of becoming an influencer, because and let's who's your favorite influencer that you want to be? Let's watch some videos, and let's try to model your speech after this influencer speech. And I'm going to do the same thing with either someone that I'm interested in or the influencer that you're interested in. And so training your kids to be influencers, and then potentially they could be making more money than you are within like 3 to 4 years, just by that anyway. But even if they never make any money, or even if it's just like a simulated influencer where you just through like a Telegram chat share their videos with grandma, and are like, oh, hey, grandma, your grandma said that you're the next Mr. Beast. Even if it's that, like, encouraging your kids to be influencers is one of the best ways of speech therapy for kids who have the cluttering speech disorder. And then my number three thing, and I'll talk about this a lot more in future videos, but is to do the AI feedback loop that I am talking about with my therapist. And so a a really cool way of doing that is just recording. And I use this method. I've used this method for about 10 years, even before AI, with teaching English. I live in Thailand, and my all my coworkers are Thai, and I teach an English class. I teach an English class after work a couple times a week, and I've been using this method for this. So the first version of my method was I tell a story, the first version of my method is the student tells a story, and it could be a story about anything, and then I tell the story, and I'm telling the story in perfect English, and then I have the student tell the story again, and then almost always the second time the student told the story, especially after they heard my version of it, then they are able to tell the story with a lot more confidence. And then the second iteration of that was that when we had a big group of a lot of people, then one student tells the story, and then I tell the story, and then we go around and every student tells the same story. So if the student's name is, I'm trying to think of a common Thai name that isn't one of my coworkers that I can use. Bu. So Bu is a common Thai name. So if it's Bu's story and Bu starts out. Bu starts out saying, "Hi, my name is Bu. Last week I went to Central World and I this and I this," and then I say, "Hi, my name is Bu," and then I tell the story as if I'm Bu, and then the next student says, "Hi, I'm Bu," and then does that, and then the final person to say it is Bu again, and then especially if there are like 10 people in the class, and Bu hearing 10 different versions of the story, then Bu is able to speak English with a much better way of doing it. And so that's a thing that you can do like at your home, especially if you have a big family, is to start doing that, to helping people to tell better stories. Is that one person, and don't pick your cluttering child as the first person. If there's 3 or more of you, pick someone else, and then pick someone else. They tell your story, and then you go around the room, and everyone tell their story as if it were that person. And then the person who had the story says it last, and then eventually go to your cluttering child, so that instead of them being picked on, that everyone is doing this activity together, and then you'll notice that the first time that they tell their story, it will have a lot of cluttering and rambling and other things that clutterers do, and that by hearing a lot of people model that story, especially if you have a big family or are doing this in a party with like when you invite your friends over, then that is one of the fastest ways to really rapidly increase their speech fluidity. And then you can also do that with AI, is have them tell a story, put it into AI, and say, okay, well, here's the transcript. Here's the transcript of the story. One of the things I like to do is say to AI, "Hey, analyze what they're probably deeply passionate about, and then give a more passionate version of the story, but still in as much of their own words as possible." And that kind of prompt really gets a really cool story, and then try to say that story, and then go around and around. And that's a really cool way to use AI to have that basic activity that I developed 10 years ago, but to be able to really accentuate it to a ultra high level of making speech better way, way, way faster than you could just with people alone by using the AI feedback loop. So that is everything that I have to say. So thanks very much to everyone and anyone that made it to the end, and especially thanks to those who just skipped to the end to listen to my final words. And thank you very much.